is up, everybody? Coming to you a little bit early this morning for CaptainCon. We had a little bit of a shakeup in the pairings because we had one game undecided from yesterday. We had a pairing. We were going to play some Adeptus Sororitas, but they're playing against Necrons now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give everybody the top 8, which are all the undefeated players, and we're going to do a vote. The first round starts in about 15 minutes, so you have about 10 minutes to get your vote in. We're going to have a vote of what we want to get on stream. So we have Botan and Orcs. At Orcs is Tyler Russo from $1 Billion Clown Farm, who has not dropped a single point today, which is pretty impressive. That seems like Orc's thing now, though. It's just scoring billions of points. Orc's actually the only repeated faction in the top 8, which is pretty interesting. Everyone else is just different players. All right, chat. There you go. You get about 10 minutes. Get your votes in. And, yeah, we'll see what you want. The Votan versus Orcs may be an interesting one. That might be a quick game, actually. I think if Orcs go first, they may just roll over that. We'll see. Ynnari versus Custodes is a Ynnari player, Dan Wilmuth, from yesterday, the final game yesterday. So that should be a pretty good one. And I know everybody likes to see Custodes on the table for whatever reason. So, all right, that was pulling ahead. Sororitas versus Necrons is a really spicy matchup, everybody. That's the one I was going to put on, but I figured I'd ask you guys. I think that's the most interesting one of the selection. Everybody wants Custodes are winning. I do think Dan. I've streamed a lot of Dan's games, so Dan has a pretty good chance of making it out of that round. So we may also see him in a finals game, although we can pick the other finals game. There's some love for Sisters of Necrons coming in. All right, I'm gonna go silent here, chat. I'm actually co-running another event, a Breachstorm event, simultaneously with this, so I'm gonna hop off the stream occasionally just to make sure I can keep up with that. So if I ever go silent, that would be why. But I'm gonna make sure that's up and running. We've got about 20 minutes before this game will start, and we'll figure out who wins the poll. right, chat. We're just getting set up. Players are getting ready to go. They just ran through each other's armies. What's up, everybody in chat? Kronk, how's it going? Chris Hagen, Balverk. I saw a Nurgle Matt in there earlier. A rogue Nurgle Matt appears. Exclamation point list if anybody wants to get in there. I'm going to give it another minute or so before I switch over. Players are just about to start deployment, so we're a couple minutes away from gameplay. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to CaptainCon 2023. We're live with the semifinals round. We have 8 undefeated currently in the event. We are going to play one more round, so we will end definitively with 2 undefeated for the event. But today we are playing Ynnari versus Custodes. Thanks to popular demand. These are 2 players that we watched play yesterday. Obviously not against each other, but against other players, and it was a both of them were absolute barn burners of games. All of our games yesterday were incredible. If you missed them, you should go check them out on the VOD. You can go find it on the YouTube channel because the games yesterday were all of them were absolute nail-biters. Absolute incredible gameplay. So hopefully we see something similar happen today in the semifinals and finals games. But I am super psyched. So over here, on the right-hand side of the table, we have Daniel Wilmuth playing his Ynnari. Let's talk about the list real quick here. As the players are going through their deployment step, exclamation point lists in chat if you want to follow along. The Ynnari list is obviously bringing an Arcs of Omen detachment. I feel like I should stop saying that because they all do that now. It's not interesting what kind of detachment they bring, but it is playing Ynnari. One unit of 3 Warlock Skyrunners, excuse me. The HQ slot is full up. We got or almost full up. We have the Incarn, a Farseer Skyrunner, and a Shadow Seer. The Farseer Skyrunner is bringing the Mark of the Incomparable Hunter and Kurnos Bow combo. So on a 6 wound, he's going to inflict 2 mortal wounds and end the attack sequence. 1 from the Kurnos Bow ability, where successful wounds just turn into mortals, and 1 from Mark of the Incomparable Hunter. He's a pretty good outlet for fate dice because you can fate in your 6s in order to trigger those effects. We then have 2 units of Rangers as well as 10 model Harlequin troop squads with a mix of special weapons in addition to just blades and pistols. We've been seeing these squads do absolute massive work just utilizing their threat range and ability to tag enemy units, as well as mortal wounds, both on the charge and with their normal melee attacks. We also have 2 Howling Banshee units in the elite slot, one with the Nerve, Shredding, Shriek, and Crone Scream combo. So we're going to do mortal wounds, a mortal wound at the start of the fight phase, and D3 plus 1 mortal wounds after a charge, thanks to Crone Scream once per game, plus another unit of Howling Banshees with Piercing Strikes. Then a unit of Striking Scorpions with a Blading Blade and Crushing Blows on the Exarch. A Warlock Skyrunner, a singleton this time, so he becomes a character, using the Sunstorm Relic and Ambush of Blades. So he's going to be able to point at a unit and give it +1 AP on its weapons, and then Sunstorm counts it as objective secured and allows it to move but super fast as a normal move. We then have 2 units of Wind Riders, 1 of 3 just with catapults as a little bit of an offensive unit, 1 with 5 with shuriken cannons that's more of a beat stick. And it's going to be using that brand new ability to fire and fade multiple times a game. So this unit can peek out of cover, shoot its guns 24 inches, deal some pretty decent damage, and then pop back behind that cover. We then also have a unit of Shining Spears with the Kane's Lance, Hard Strike Paragon Saber combo. So we have a 4+ to deal D3 mortal wounds and force a fight last on the on a unit that they charged. And then also Paragon Saber giving full hit rerolls and 5 up to wound deals mortal wounds, which you can then reroll also with Paragon Saber. And then 3 Shroud Runners as another little bit of an MSU unit. In heavy support, 1 single D-cannon platform to shoot indirect fire and 1 Warwalker to act as a forward operator. And for those who haven't seen Ynnari in action, this MSU style is very, very typical of Ynnari. I think there's basically 2 builds that you run into. Either you're taking these minimum small units, or multiple small units in order to trigger the Incarn teleports, or you're using their sub-faction ability to give their hit bonus to huge units of Dire Avengers. That's typically what we see. Moving on to Tony's Adeptus Custodes army, another army that we saw play against Tyranids yesterday. A little bit of a straight-up fight for the Custodes, which they certainly like. It's going to be a little tougher, I think, against Ynnari. which should still be a pretty good game. Running a Dawn Eagle Shield Captain with Superior Creation for a 5+ damage ignore, Castellan's Mark for redeploys, and Tip of the Spear to give him rerolls to hit and wound on the charge, alongside Trajan Valoris, the Warlord himself, a unit of Sagittarum Custodians, and then the Elite slot packed with a Vexillus Praetor with Impregnable Mind, so that's going to give him counting as additional models holding objectives, and a Deny, alongside a brick of 8 Custodian Wardens and 3 Alaris Custodians. We also have a unit of 5 Witch Seekers and Fast Attack to get that pregame move. We saw that help a ton to interact with forward or far objectives that this army would normally have trouble getting to. And 2 Caladius Grav Tanks with Blaze Cannons, excuse me. Grav Cannons? If only. We then have, interestingly, in a super heavy auxiliary that you can take as an allied detachment for being an Imperium super faction army, 2 Armiger Helvrins, these guys using the Mysterious Guardian martial tradition, which allows them to strategic reserve in 1 turn earlier, regardless of mission rules. This allows them to outflank off the table edge at the top of the first turn, which means that Dan is going to have to play pretty aggressively here in order to screen out any potential Armiger Alpha strikes. And one thing that Tony has said about his army is that it typically enjoys going second just because of the scoring. It tends to be more consistent. And with Custodes' ability to out-obsec most other armies in the center objectives, they benefit enormously from going second. But if they go first, their Alpha Strike's going to be less powerful than a Beta Strike would be going second. But those Armiger Hellbrins able to hit models that would normally be out of line of sight for the Caladius Grav Tanks gives the army a lot more flexibility than it would normally have. So super sick combination of abilities. I think that is one thing that Custodians tend to struggle with a little bit, is their mobility, and having those Armiger Hellbrins able to come off the sides is a huge deal. But we do see Dan screening these out pretty effectively. Dave Marsh, can I describe what the terrain is? Yes, absolutely. So this is a U.S. open style of terrain. So we have these 4 bricks of obscuring terrain. These are ruins. All of the rectangular pieces, or the squares and these small rectangles on the sides here, are ruins. So they are obscuring, grant light cover, and are defensible. They have, if we take a look, these large walls on them that are true line of sight blocking. So while the base itself blocks all line of sight, so if you're hiding on one side, obviously enemies on this side cannot see through to see you, unless you ignore the obscuring role, which nothing in this matchup does. That would be for super heavies and Titanics and things. But then we also have this true line of sight blocking terrain at the front of each, so that there is still a position where you can be blocked if you are within the terrain. The ruins in the corners down here are just obscuring. The walls themselves are not considered to be line of sight blocking. So if you're outside of it, they will block line of sight to you, but if you're inside of it, generally speaking, you can see and be seen through. Looks like we're going to be rolling to go first right now. And that is going to be Custodes taking the first turn. The terrain in the center grants light cover, but is not obscuring. And the terrain in the corners grants dense cover and is difficult. Those are forests. This is very typical of events in the U.S. Open format. This is the slightly newer composition or layout of the slightly newer layout of what's the word of terrain layout in the U.S. Open format that they just introduced this season. Thanks everyone for coming and hanging out. Yeah, Knights and Custodes are interesting. We've actually been seeing Knights in a lot of Imperium lists. I wouldn't be surprised if the brick of Mysterious Guardian Armiger Helvrins becomes standard for every Imperial list. Because they can reserve on the first turn and they reserve for free, they are actually incredibly efficient and can deal massive alpha strikes to armies that can't screen them out. They're very, very powerful.
Yeah.
Can you throw some dice over there for me, please? For the same type of thing?
It's like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something like that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Just wanted to get a general sense of where I need to be.
For a second, building armatures right now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. If you can find some armatures for cheap, I think you should pick them up now because they're about to be very, very popular.
Any unit,
There's actually multiple lists in the top 8 using this using this combo. The Adeptus Sororitas list in the top 8 is also using the armatures as well.
Correct. That's the whole thing.
That's the whole like.
When you kill my stuff, it's better than when I kill your stuff. Because I can't act when I kill your stuff, but I can act if you kill my stuff.
Got it. Got it. Okay. So we'll start with moving her on the objective because I do want to do that. We get a first 6. Oh, that's not the redeploy.
Yeah, you redeploy first if you want to, but that's fine. You're going to do that.
That's what I'm going to do, but that's okay. So, I'm going to take that risk. So did we say if I move 14 here that I can see these Harlequins or no? Was that the decision?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know that there was much I could do about it.
I don't think there was, but I just wanted
You'd have to
make
go
sure.
like the full 14.
Yeah, and then
They're in range for a shield from harm, so they're -1 to hit and wound. Well, I can make them -1 to hit. They're -1 to wound from the shadows here.
Sure, that's good to know. Thank you. Where's the shadows here? So I know. Over here.
She's there.
Okay. And she's got a 6-inch aura,
6
right?
inch, yeah.
Got it. She's not like the most tempting of all targets.
Oh yeah, that Chainbreaker box for Imperial Knights is such good value. That's one of the craziest battalion forces I've seen in a really long time. Like every model in that is just eminently playable. It's so solid.
Big squad.
Yeah.
They'll be just off the objective.
Yeah.
But you get
They're not. Yeah, they're not on the objective.
They all move 6, right?
They move 6.
You get a free reroll for your faction?
Yeah. For each
Each unit.
Hit and wound.
So we can talk about secondary objectives momentarily as the players are going through their top of 1 movement phase. Tony's taken all classic secondaries just straight out of the GT packet. Raise the Banners High, which is a very popular pick on Recover the Relics. Typically, when you're looking for good missions for banners, you want missions where you have up at least 3 easily accessible objectives near your deployment zone that you can both get to in turn 1 and defend. That lets you place 3 banners immediately as soon as the game begins. And as long as you can defend those for the entirety of the game, you're going to max out that secondary at 15 points. Now, it sort of puts the impetus on your opponent. And that's why we see both of these players taking Raise the Banners High in their selection. Now, Tony's also taken Grind Them Down, which I think is actually going to be a little tough for him because he has gone second. Grind Them Down requires Tony to kill more units than his opponent. Every battle round, but because he's going first, his opponent going second will have the ability to respond to however many units he kills. Now, Custodian units are much more difficult to kill than Ynnari units, and Ynnari units will typically, over the course of normal play, offer themselves up to be killed as just part of the part of their game plan in order to not only trigger their own benefits to hit, but also teleport the Incarn around. So that will be an interesting one. I think going second is going to be tough for it, but Tony may be able to make it work. Abhor the Witch is the last one. This is an interesting pick. It allows, it lets him score 3 points for every Psyker character he destroys, and 2 points for non-character Psyker units. All of the HQ choices in Dan's army are Psykers. So he has the Farseer, the Incarn, and the Shadow Seer. Those will all score up 3 on Abhor the Witch. The Warlock, Singleton Warlock Skyrunner will also score 3 because it becomes a character, thanks to that, thanks to being a single model unit. Then the unit of 3 Warlocks will score 2. So that can max it 13 points. But again, it's going to be difficult to get to those models. And Dan is very highly incentivized to keep them as safe as possible. Not to mention the fact that Eldar Psychers are usually difficult to get to grips with, given the fact that they aren't really incentivized to move aggressively forward. And with Quicken in the lineup, Dan can potentially move up, cast some smites, use them to do some damage, and then use that Quicken to get them back out of threat range and back to safety. Now, it does mean that Dan's going to have to play a little bit safer with the Incarn than he might normally, where the Incarn can potentially toilet bowl the game by placing itself aggressively and forcing its opponent to kill it, which against this Custodes army, excuse me, because the Custodes have a lot of 2-damage weapons, and the Incarn reduces incoming damage, it's actually going to be difficult for the Custodes to kill it. But if it exposes itself, I think they'll be able to get there. They can slay monsters against it and get +1 to wound and just force enough saves through that they will eventually kill it. But if Dan's giving up 3 points to do that, he may end up not doing it. Over on Dan's side, he is taking behind enemy lines, which is going to score him 3 points for getting a unit in his opponent's deployment zone. 4 points if he gets 2, with a benefit if he does it with troops. Also taking Raise the Banners High, as we just talked about. And then the last one is going to be Scry Futures, which is a Warpcraft secondary. This lets Dan perform a psychic action on objective markers that have not yet been scryed. It's a warp charge for psychic action, and if it's completed, Dan gets 3 points and can't then scry that objective again. So because he has 3 objectives easily accessible in his deployment zone, that should be very easy to get at least 9 points on, almost automatic. Then if he's able to move aggressively forward and get some of those other ones, he can potentially get a 12 or even a 15 if the game goes well for him. Now, the presence of those Sisters of Silence may actually make that a little bit tougher, because they do broadcast that -2 to cast aura and grant Tony some deny effects as well. Not to mention he has that Impregnable Mind Vixilus Praetor in the back too, which can also help in that situation.
I can bring 1 model back to any 1 wound infantry.
Gotcha.
D3 if it's a troop.
Okay. Advancing Trajan. 10.
So right now we're basically considering the shot. The players are just discussing their line of sight, and there is a line of sight between the Caladius Grav Tank if it moves up to this position. That's glorious. We're about to have some expert line drawing right here. Call me the Da Vinci of my time. Versus these Harlequin troops. Dan didn't really have a good place that he was able to put them in an aggressive position and also be out of line of sight. So he's offering them as a little bit of a trade. But what the players were discussing there is that if Tony takes that shot and doesn't kill the unit, you can use Word of the Phoenix to bring back a couple of those models, extend their threat range alongside an advance in charge, and potentially reciprocate and just trade them for that Caladius, which I'm sure is a hit that Dan would absolutely love to be able to deliver. Those Caladius Grav Tanks are so difficult to get to grips with, being so fast and fly, that if he's able to tie them up or kill them early, that's going to be enormous. Yeah, it's a single D cannon in the Eldar list chat. Yeah, it's see if we can find it. Yeah, here it is. Here he is, right here. This little friend. He blew up one Deathwing Terminator in the last game that we watched in the quarterfinal round, round 3 yesterday. And then I think Dan forgot to shoot him for 2 turns, so I think he's mostly there as a backline objective holder. Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Tony elects to hold the Armigers back. Because Dan is screening so aggressively, he has the Warwalker here and the Skyrunners and Rangers here, and the Armigers cannot deploy within Dan's deployment zone, which is here. You can actually see it on these lines on the sides. This map has a lot of the deployment lines marked out already. There's no really good place for those Armigers to be able to deploy. So I imagine they get held for another turn.
No,
And there's 7. Oh, just keep it on me for an extra minute or 2.
that's fine.
Okay. Don't really want to shoot too much.
Pretty quiet game so far, chat. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Watched some 40k, maybe played some games. I am really excited for this game. Look at this brick of Custodian Wardens over here on the left-hand side. This unit is an absolute powerhouse. 4 attacks apiece with their Castellan axes. Strength 8 AP2, 2 damage, if I remember correctly. And 3 wounds each with a 2 plus armor, 4 plus invulnerable, 6 plus damage ignore. Especially against 3 damage weapons makes them incredibly tanky. And they make a really good lodestone for the defensive stratagems that Custodes can now get multiple access to multiple uses of, which is the downside that they had previously, where stratagems like Esteemed Amalgam and Emperor's Auspice could only be used once per game, but now you can use them multiple times, and that Warden unit can just get targeted by those over and over and over again. So if it puts itself on a central objective or on one of Dan's home objectives and just sits there for a while and refuses to die, that could create some massive problems for Dan, especially since their objective secured at each count as 2 models. Yeah, the mat is really cool. This was actually designed by Tyler Russo from $1 Billion Clown Farm, who is playing in the event. He's in one of the other top 8 games, playing against Leagues of Votann right now. About, I would say, most of the mats on the tables today, there's a couple other designs, but probably 80% of them have this design that has all of the deployment dimensions in there. So this is 9 inches from the center. So for your corner deployments, you can demarcate that. All you need is the midline here. And you can't quite see it right now, but there is a little bit of the line in the center on these tiles is a little bit bolder than the other ones. And then this is the 12-inch line here for your Dawn of War style deployments, and these are for your Hammer and Anvil style deployments. So super duper useful, and especially now that behind enemy lines is really important. It's pretty good. Yeah, shout out to $1 Billion Clown Farm. Hilarious YouTube channel. Absolutely. Tyler is one of the funniest YouTubers, I think, in the 40k community. Do we have an army breakdown? There are some Tau here. I can take a quick look for you. We are 64 players to begin with, chat. A couple have dropped so far. The number 1 Tau is currently X and 1 with a win in round 2, or a loss in round 2, excuse me. But I believe it's the only Tau player. Interestingly, no Astra Militarum. All of the Astra Militarum players couldn't make it. So I think there were 2 or 3 signed up and they all had to drop. Chris Hagen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll take my accolades and artistic awards.
I'm not going to bring those guys in yet, so...
No knights this turn.
Shoot.
Here comes the shots. Probably just going to take some shots at the Rangers and Shroud Runners.
Does that let him see anything? I guess if I
Just
bring...
this one German.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Now that's a fun Yin-Karn placement.
Huh?
Now this is a fun Yin-Karn placement.
Huh?
This is a fun place for the Yin-Karn.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm only shooting 6 shots. If I hit with everything, like...
It's not like you hit on 2s and wound on 2s.
Yeah. What's your armor save?
5 up. Technically a 3 up because I'm in cover. So I get +2 because they're Rangers.
No. So that far one, over onto the D-cannon. Big guns first. 2 hits. Strength, toughness. I don't think I will.
T5.
So your vehicle?
Yeah.
So firing at the D cannon here.
2.
AP.
-4, T3 +3 damage.
You can't fail to kill it.
Yeah.
Oh no, our boy.
I don't think I want to teleport. I mean, it doesn't hurt me. Do it.
We just talked up this D cannon and immediately died. No. Look what they did to our boy.
2 hits. 2 dead. Might as well soften him, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's like, why have a 5-man range? I wanted to get like 4 dead. Obviously, I put my banners up, and
So really good play from Tony so far. One of the easiest mistakes to make against Ynnari is just to kill units willy-nilly, as you would in any other matchup, and allow the Ynnari player to place the Incarn wherever they want. Because if you allow that to happen, the Incarn will ruin your day.
2 more. 2 ones. All
There's
right, 1
a
more.
ranger left.
Okay.
Yeah, because it'll lead 7.
All right. So
One ranger survives the morale. Would have been funny to have that unit run. That would have been amazing for Tony. So no grind them down this turn. Or unlikely we get grind them down this turn, assuming that we can get rid of one of these Caladius.
5. You go up to 3.
Yep.
Keep the clock on me for a few more minutes.
Don't worry about it.
All right, we'll do it for like a minute or 2. Like.
That's Trajan, right?
Trajan, yeah.
So he has a 6-inch.
Yep. You know.
How many attacks does this banner guy get?
I'm gonna say 4, and I'll look it up.
What's his AP?
He's got the same weapon as everyone else. It's pure AP 3.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 4, and I'll look it up if it's.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you fall back and shoot with the tanks?
1 CP.
That's the only way you can do it, though. So if I tag both, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah.
And these are 2 model each, OBSEC?
He is trying to be on the objective is my intention. I don't know if I
That's fine.
specifically said it, but
Everything is double modeled, right? All the infantry and characters,
I'm just
anyway?
gonna, like, that's how
Yeah,
they're
that's
supposed
fine.
to be. All right, now I'll pass the clock. Okay.
Smokey Joe, I'm not sure. I think if you're asking whether they can place off vehicles, the answer is yes. Any unit, when any unit in the game is destroyed, full stop, the Incarn can place next to it.
From out of 18, you can't declare? What's your range?
18.
Okay.
It's a
Okay.
great yes, no.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
no.
I thought you said no. I'm like, what is it?
It's all good. You wanted to know the number of attacks that guy did. That's what I'm looking up.
It's not going to matter anymore. The tank hits on 6s, right?
It's got that for chosen reroll.
Here goes this brave ranger. And it charges the ranger. Or charges the tank. So we can fall back and shoot with one of the tanks, but not both of them. So I think the game plan here is to get one engaged with a ranger, one engaged with a the warwalker, and force Tony to deal with both. If Tony has to kill those models in melee, that allows the Incarn to teleport to their position and have a really, really good turn this coming turn.
4 attacks. Oh, he also has a Misericordia, so tech.
Yeah, the Incarn's insane. The Incarn is absolutely the reason that you'd want to play Ynnari. It's the biggest benefit of playing Ynnari. Their sub-faction benefits are good, and their stratagems their psychic tree is pretty decent. But you're absolutely bringing it for the Incarn. It's an absolute powerhouse of a unit. It's insane. You lose access to Phoenix Lords, which is the downside. especially in Arcs of Omen. Previously, you could take them in an auxiliary support detachment outside of the normal Ynnari detachment, but that is no longer the case in Arcs of Omen. You cannot take them full stop because they can't go into the Arcs of Omen detachment alongside Ynnari models. Zachary Crum and Chad, how's it going? Thanks everyone for coming and joining. Can we get some likes on the video, by the way? There's 80 people in chat, and only 11 people have clicked the like button. And I'm going to take that personally, you know? I'm sorry to hear that you don't like me.
I have a kata that allows me to shoot twice,
Okay.
which is not bad to use it to you.
So this is the back of the Harlequin squad here. I'm just going to mark it if they move 8. So I think we're going to do that.
Basically, they can't raise a banner, is what you're telling me.
Yep, we're in the semifinal round, chat. Round 4. 1 round after this.
Like,
We're just going to fish them out in a minute, but they're going to come here and raise a banner.
you mean they're spindly?
Yeah. And I have like bikes standing on top of them and stuff. So now you can walk in off my deployment edge, which is mean. So we're going to make sure you can't fit a knight, whatever I need to do.
Love this positioning from Dan. The other benefit of coming in as if it's 1 turn later allows them to come in off of the Eldar deployment zone. It's a little bit off camera here, but we are using an Armiger to proxy. Yeah, both these players are 3-0, chat. We have 8 undefeated right now, so we're going to end up with 2 undefeated after the end of the next round.
Banshees, I suppose.
I trust you.
Blue swords is mortals. And of course I moved my marker, but 8 from the front gets me to here. I'm gonna pop them out of the tray. Spindly Quins.
Hey, yeah, 30 likes, chat. That's what I like to see. I like that. Just as much as you liked the video.
Sorry, mortal wound, not piercing strikes. 1 girl will touch, so I raise my banner. He'll walk back here and raise a banner. Just the ranger.
Yeah, for like 7-inch movement, right?
Our brave ranger was going to get into glorious melee, but I guess we're going to do it with Shroud Runners instead. Any orcs in top 8? Yeah, there's 2 actually. Orcs are the only faction that's represented more than once in the top 8 here at this event.
2d6 plus 1.
Yeah.
So if I make it so 16 is here, 6 inches to cover the whole objective is here. So we're going to basically put the Harlequin so their 6-inch covers the whole objective, which is there, because 3 from the center, which will be in 18 of you. So you need to max, you need a 10 on the dice for a charge.
Okay.
So I'll advance them to accomplish that. Okay. Do I just want to go at you now? But I have as much as I need.
Say that again?
I said no.
Zachary, in addition to these and 2 orcs, the other 4 and undefeated are Leagues of Votan, Iron Hands, Adeptus Sororitas, and 1 Necrons are the other 8 undefeated players.
Can I borrow a knight again?
You're good. I can already see it from there.
Okay.
But if you want it, I can use it too.
That's fine. This guy's going to go here and tow on the objective behind this. The Incarn's going to go back here and hide in this pocket.
Not touching.
Yeah.
Theoretically gets no, not
just block
now
that line.
Not from that angle. Now.
Just block this whole line so you
You're
can
good.
shoot this way.
You're good.
Cannon bikes are going to come to here.
Unfortunately, it's a restriction of the venue, chat, is the number of rounds. The venue closes, or the convention hall is going to close too early for us to play to a single undefeated. I think next year, because the event has essentially doubled every year in size, they may be angling to get a third day to the event, so they play also on Friday, but I think that remains to be seen. I'm a little worried for this Shadows here right now. I don't believe it's being character protected currently. Right here, this little friend. These are just characters sitting in the back over here.
I think that's everything. So should be screened way out that way.
There is a Harlequin trooper in that building, so it may be protected by the Harlequin troop at least for a little bit.
So he's your deny?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah. You're out.
Yeah.
You're out.
All right. So we'll start with +1 CP from my Farseer. I get it.
So
I'm
you're
up to 4.
Cool.
He's done. We will do Shield of Ynnari from the Incarn. It's a 4-up invuln. Goes off. I'm going to put that on the bikes over here. We're going to do Ancestor's Grace. It's +1 to wound.
+1 to what?
To wound in melee.
Got it.
I think it's 7. Yeah, it's 7. Doesn't go off.
Okay.
She's done. He's going to do my action. Scry Futures. Goes off.
Cool. That's 3.
3. The Shadow Seer is going to do Mirror Minds. This is the big mortal power. 7 will go off into them.
Okay.
So you take D3. Don't roll any Feel No Pains yet. We'll see how many you take, because it's before Feel No Pains. So you're going to take 2, and then we roll off.
Okay.
So 2. All right, you just take 2. Now you can roll your Feel No Pains. You take 1. Just 1.
Most underwhelming mirror minds in the history of the world.
And
I think we saw it do like
will
5
the
last
smite
turn,
into the tank.
or last game, but we're doing 1 right now. Big 1.
Tank takes 1.
Parking lot game. Oh my
We'll do
god.
Quicken.
It is a little bit warmer today than it was yesterday, but yesterday was like sub-0 degrees. People would have died, I think, if we played in the parking lot.
All right, that's Psychic. What's that? So shooting.
Question about the troop here. That's not what I meant to do, chat. I'm sorry. The Harlequin troop back here is actually coherent. The models in the end here are going to be within 2 of both the model that's far from them and the one next to them. And then the guys in the building are going to be able to measure to the 2 closest to them outside the building. That's pretty common if you're not strung out really far.
So 3 AP3, 1 AP1.
The AP3s. 2 go through, and the AP1 is saved. So
4 damage
total.
Yep.
Goes from 14 to 10.
And a battle focus of 6 inches.
Okay. 10.
So do the same thing, just dodging this line. All right. Warlock Bike will shoot you because he did his psychic action already.
Cool pop.
3s, 5s, 1 AP1. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
1 damage.
9, please.
And then he can try to battle focus. Nope, because
Not
he's in a
today.
building. These guys, just everything here.
Sure.
18 from scatter lasers. 2s because they're special. and 5s. It's like 5 AP 0.
I'm over. One more damage, put me down to 8, please.
Okay. And then there's 3 sniper rifles. 2 hits. First one, nothing. Second one will do a wound and a mortal wound.
So the mortal wound, and
1 AP 1.
oh, it's AP1, so I get a save too. Okay. So 1 more damage, put me down to 7, please.
Okay. She'll shoot her, what's his leadership?
11.
11. That's a lot. Well, we'll try it. Grenade launcher, D3 shots, 2 shots. Hits on 2s. 1 hit. You need to beat your leadership. Nothing.
Don't forget this.
Yeah. He'll shoot at the Terminators. He's got a shuriken cannon. 3s.
Jet Wave, how's it going?
1 AP3, 1 AP1.
Nice to see ya.
AP1. They're in cover, so 2 up. AP3. Good.
Pretty sure that's all my guns. So charges. These guys here.
I'm gonna Overwatch. Why not? Maybe I'll kill some
Bring it.
stuff. Yeah. See if I can get it back. I don't. So, how many wounds?
3 wounds each, and they're on 2 up armor right now.
2 up armor. So, we'll first shoot a small gun. 6s.
The bolter thing.
Yep. Not today, and then I'll shoot the big guns. And I get to reroll 1. No, not today. All right.
A 4. We want to stay outside 3 for
Yeah,
now.
let's see. You don't want to be there.
So outside 3, touching, not based. That guy into him. 11.
Yeah, wherever you want.
Doesn't really matter. All right.
Slap fight time?
What was that?
Slap fight time?
So, pretty much. We're gonna go with, doesn't matter, bikes first. So 2 models can swing. I don't remember if they get 1 or 2 attacks, so I'm just gonna do 1, because it don't matter. 1 hit, 1 wound.
It's gonna wound you. Oh, not today.
And then we're just gonna go right up against the middle.
Sure.
Just trying to move block.
Cool.
And over there, Warwalker. 2 hits, 1 wound, no AP.
Good. I'm going to say I have D3 attacks because I'm probably out of bracket. So I'm going to say 3. Nothing over there. 3 attacks over here.
Base him, base him.
I somehow hit twice.
We'll get the TacticalTortoise objective markers on for next round, chat. I had them in my bag, and the players just set up theirs. But I think they're good. I like that each one of them for their home objectives has their own their own stack of markers, which is fun.
5 for 3, but I didn't kill anything.
Is that it? We're good?
Yep.
Cool.
Wow, grind scores out for Tony. That's big.
All right, so scoring for you, you just got 3 thus far, right?
3 for my secondary, yep.
Okay, and then I will get an 8.
Yep,
I will get grind on this turn, right?
sure thing.
Okay, so where is that over here? Hell's going on? Okay. Sorry, I'm using this. I lost my scoring sheet. It's like totally different than the one I normally
that's why I
use.
always use
And I'm
this
like,
one.
what is going on with this? Sorry.
No problem.
And I'm like, I did not choose behind any lines. It definitely said grind, and I have the card out here.
Yep, I got you.
So, okay.
You get 3 banners
I
too.
think I chose your behind. Did you get behind enemy lines?
No.
To be over
This
to
move block was
season.
good. I couldn't squeeze through this gap here, otherwise I would have.
Smadix, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I think did it say ba? Bah. Nids are doing, I think, just fine. We have one. The Tyranid player that we watched yesterday is at 2-1 right now. Had a loss against Tony, the Custodes player in this game yesterday on stream. We watched that one. We also have another one after a round 1 loss to Darkwin, who is also at 2-1. And I think those are the only Tyranid players. Oh no, there's 3 at 2-1. Wow, okay. Solid 2-1 faction, I guess, chat. So they're all just at 2-1 right now. I think I don't know. Blood Angels seem pretty good. Votan, I think, are a little bit straightforward, so they're a pretty 50-50 game. But Blood Angels have a lot of play.
Just gonna tuck these girls in. He's down to bracket, right?
By the way, these both these players' armies are incredibly gorgeous. I posted on my Twitter. I posted photos of both of their armies between yesterday and today, so you can go check those out on my Twitter feed at Trevi the Great. But yeah, I mean, I've streamed Daniel's army plenty of times. And I streamed Tony yesterday, and both of them are very nice looking.
Oh, we go up CP 5.
Yep, we're both at 5. Yeah, you do get 2 attacks in melee. What do you know?
Oh.
This is my first game with Shroud, or first tournament with Shroud Runners. So.
Okay. Now you can't come out on my deployment zone. You can just come out 9 inches on the edge, right? This turn. See down this angle. Sure.
So the Shroud Runners do have a wacky Tanglefoot grenade style stratagem, just so you're aware.
Okay, tell me about that.
So it can't target fly. Anything within 12 inches of them at the start of movement or charge. They suffer a mortal wound equal to the D3 mortal wounds, minus D3 movement, and minus D3 charge. So I roll a D3, you take that many mortals and subtract it from your move or charge, start of the phase. Just 12 inches Shroud Runners.
Okay, do we have to be visible or anything? Interesting, okay.
Select one enemy unit. It's 1 CP.
We can take a quick look at the Tyranid list, chat. I know the one that we watched yesterday was a Nidzilla kind of style.
I don't know. What does it say?
Using High Fleet Behemoth.
And it works on Quins. Okay. Harlequins just ignore vertical.
Dean Giannotti, playing Jormungandr, double Hive Tyrant, Death Leaper, 5 Gene Stealers, 2 Carnifexes with Venom Cannons, and 2 Acid Spray Tyrannifexes. So, very much like a Nidzilla kind of deal. Then we also have Nick Miele is playing a custom High Fleet with Wreathed in Shadow and Territorial Instincts. This one is bringing a Trigon Prime and a Neurothrope, 3 units of 3 warriors, a Haruspex, a Maliceptor, a Toxicrin, 2 Screamer Killers, an Exocrine, and a Tyrannofex, as well as a Parasite of Vortex. That list is off the wall, chat. Very similar, kind of big monster style. And then our last Tyranid list is Samuel Pope, who is playing High Fleet Leviathan. This one's a little bit more Nidzilla. Hive Tyrant, a Neurothrop, a Turbigon, 10 Gargoyles and 30 Termagants, 1 Brig Brick, alongside double Maliceptor, Venomthropes, Zoanthropes, and an Exocrine to protect it. Yeah. Well, they were encouraging swarms by purportedly dropping the points on the infantry, and then they didn't do that. So it's hard to be encouraged for a thing you're not encouraged to do.
I got a CP back. Okay?
Sounds good.
Because this is Battle Engine.
We're falling back our Calladii. One of them will get to shoot thanks to the stratagem, but the other one is bracketed by the shooting. So attacks aren't quite as exciting.
Question is, do I hold off my things one more turn?
How are demons doing? I don't know if we got too many demon players today, chat. I think just randomly. We have one at 2 and one at 22nd place, playing pure Zinch. I think that's the only demons we have in the event. Kind of odd. But you don't always get demons. Deep in the tank here, chat. Players are playing on a clock today. So if the game comes close to time, then that will come into play.
So 2 up right now, yeah. Got it. Okay. But not in melee. So.
Gotcha.
I think the question here is whether or not this Custodian Warden brick pushes forward. There is the chance that it could move up and get a big charge. Dan has good positioning with the Shroud Runner unit to prevent them from making it through. So they don't have a direct charge onto the objective. They would have to go all the way around and then use their combat movement to get there. Which means that you're looking for a big charge. Since they're also moving its normal movement as straight as possible towards the objective.
All good.
It is a Trajan-sized hole. You got it, boss. And I'm going to make you wait another turn, because I think I don't need to bring it out this turn.
That makes some sense to me.
Now, the one thing I need to know is I don't have to bring it out a turn higher. I don't want to, like...
I don't think so.
All right.
I don't know what the rule is, but
yeah.
One would hope that it says they may treat it as a round earlier.
That would be, what's it called? Guardians? Mysterious Guardians?
I didn't even know that was a thing Knights could do until you said so.
It can arrive.
Okay, it's an option.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but you have to. Like,
Nope, you're
that's
stuck.
not as
Come in turn
ideal.
2.
Yeah. All right. So melt a missile from the big boy. Reroll because the first chosen hits, and then wounding on a 3. Not today. I did spend to shoot over here.
Sure.
So we'll first do the small guns. Toughest.
6.
4s. 3, please. AP -2.
5 up invuln. Takes 1.
So down to
Is it 1 damage or 2?
1 damage.
Down to 5.
Big guns. Both hit. Wounding on 3s. I get full rerolls into vehicles. 1 wound.
You're not minus for moving or anything?
No, it's just
Auto past the invul?
sure. Okay. And then over here, these guys shoot.
Yep.
The Shroud Runners may be an inch back from the wall, chat.
My intention was to make them all be visible.
2 of them or all 3?
I think this guy's angle.
I'm not entirely sure. It depends on what Dan's intention here is.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I thought I just
Yeah.
kind of made it more so sort of creepy out. But
All good.
I don't think the big guns are in range though. So just the heavy bolter profile.
Sure. It's like an AP2 heavy bolter.
Only AP1.
Oh, okay.
It's literally just like a heavy bolter. Those all hit.
Yep.
Just so you know, like my CaptainCortoise is you can't reroll a hit against you this turn.
In melee.
Yeah. That is cocked. Wow, it's an interesting dice roll. This many saves, please. If you want, you can use these, or you can roll your own. That's 6.
6. And this is AP1.
Yep.
And it's 2 damage.
Yep.
4 ups. Nope.
Yep.
All right. Does it explode? Nope. Yeah, it's
Run
just
it.
dead.
Okay. Trajan will shoot at that rando bike.
So there's the Warwalker dead. No Incarn teleport. The big benefit is that a lot of the rest of the army hasn't shot yet. So if the Incarn shows up there, it gets shot a couple of times and then charged by a shield captain and a bunch of Terminators, which probably doesn't end well for it. It is tanky, but it doesn't want to take that much damage this early.
Banner guy, same thing. 2 hits. 1 wound. AP -1. So 2 damage to 1.
It's got 1 left.
Okay. And then we will shoot rest of the guys. So it's just 8 shots times 2 is 16. 5. 4. Now. Yeah. Is everyone within rapid fire range? Can you just sort of check?
What is it, 12? Okay. Is it strength 5 as well?
No.
Okay. And is this 2 damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
4, 8, 10.
AP?
1.
So just 4 ups. Or 3 ups.
You got it. You have 3 ups.
So,
All right, 1 guy at 1.
yep.
Shot, 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 shot. I think that's everything I need to do, right?
Makes sense to me.
All right, let's let you do your next thing.
So leadership,
Actually, I got hold on. Yeah, hold on.
leadership on not a 6. Okay, they're good.
We're good.
So you got 1 kill?
Yep. I'll use this gold dice to represent that.
Sure. And then you did banners, no abhor. And then for my primary, I get an 8.
I got 1 for the mission primary.
And I get 3 banners. Yep. I get a CP up to 6. You're up to 5 again.
You got Scry for 3. Why do I have Scry in both? Oh god, I'm like this sheet of paper.
All
Like kill
right.
it.
So command phase, I'm going to put ambush of
Custodes did score primary, chat. It's in the score sheet.
So
That was my intention.
yeah, that sounds doable.
Yeah, like
So I think
but
I'm gonna just roll my advance, see what happens.
sure.
A 4, so 12, so a 6-inch charge. Because you're outside 18.
You got it.
I'm moving 12. So yeah, we're doing that. Like you said, you got to start the game at some point.
Yep.
All right, we're going in, chat. Let's go, boys.
Yep.
Get this charge from out of line of sight, so no Tanglefoot Grenade here, represented from
And
the
you have
Custodes,
divine
which is
banner
going to be
over there,
huge.
right? Yeah. Just getting Bell.
Here comes the Harlequins. So they do have the opportunity to do a bunch of mortal wounds here. They probably don't kill the entirety of the Warden unit, but they're going to do a bunch. They are Emperor's Chosen, so they have a 4+ damage ignore against mortals.
And they're touching over there.
Oh, I don't want them to be touching. Sorry. If that's
Okay,
okay.
that's
yeah,
fine.
they were. Actually, it doesn't really matter.
However you want to do it, just set it
Yeah,
up.
I
and-
left them there. Sorry.
No, it's
It's okay.
Up
And,
to you.
honestly, it doesn't matter. I'll just
Okay.
leave it. It's okay.
So they have a 3-inch HI. The other guy doesn't.
He has a 6-inch up if I use the
Yeah,
second.
yeah. He has a 6-inch for CP. How many attacks each?
4 with the dagger, so 5.
5. Now I could just go here and touch over here, and then they would move block the HI.
Yeah, but that's why they're more than an inch. They're an inch there, right? They're more than an inch from the. That's why I actually put them on the terrain to block the objective.
Yeah, let's say I charge a Harlequin, I get one model here, and the rest are like this. If this guy HIs, he won't be able to get within an inch of my Harlequin. Right?
Sure.
This guy could probably do a 6-inch,
Yeah.
but now he's a legal target.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Yeah, so basically the intervention aura of the unit is here. But because the model can place out here, and this guy can't move through his own models, his melee range is going to be smaller than the range to trigger the intervention. So the Sisters of Silence can be charged, but they will block the heroic intervention of their own models effectively, unless the Ynnari get way too close, which is not going to happen.
So they go 14. They're actually further away, so that's 24.
Yeah.
So I'm in, so I need to go 23 to make it. I'm moving 14, so it's a 9.
Is it more than
You're 23. So it's from this corner.
23 or more than 20?
You're
It's more than 23.
more than
right?
23.
Actually, is it more than 24?
No, it's over by a good chunk.
So you need a 23.
Yep, I'll move
minus-
14.
Yep. So you need a 9. Okay.
Yeah, so with the Strands of Fate dice, that charge isn't too hard. And this is sort of a threat saturation that the Ynnari give. Now, if the Custodes kind of want to come back and they want to clear out these enemies in melee, because the Ynnari fight first, they can actually punish an over-aggressive melee turn. So they, just given the fact that they can, they're so effective at like sort of pseudo-interrupting on the other turn, they can kind of reliably engage into interrupts and things. Because not only do they get a benefit if any of their models die, but they also can potentially, if they remain alive, be fighting on the subsequent turn, or at least muck up your opponent's order of operations in the fight phase. And then any of those fights that actually wipe those units allow the Incarn to teleport aggressively and then make use of its effects on the next turn over. So the Ynnari players, in order to play Ynnari very well, which is what we're seeing here, is they have to be planning for a fight phase 1 to 2 turns in advance effectively.
No knights.
No knights, not yet. Yeah, make your way one more turn, I guess.
And now the benefit here is that Dan's going to be screening out these back lines, but hopefully he can make it so that the knights are forced to shoot his units in the front. The downside there is if they kill anybody, the Incarn probably doesn't teleport in off shooting attacks. But it can potentially give the Incarn some teleports mid-enemy turn, assuming that they lose models towards the end of the shooting phase. And nothing is effectively in charge range.
Okay, so then let's...
Here, just
Yeah,
to
I'm just going to
represent
go up on the wall then.
Yeah, 14.
Sure, go for it.
Here. If I went 14, it would be right here. So, yeah, I think you're okay now.
Cool. And then I don't think you could bring a knight in and shoot the bikes, but not them. Okay. I mean, the Harlequins might be over there anyway. All right, so then these guys...
This screening is extreme. I love this, chat. We even have the Shroud Runner in the top left-hand side way up here, who's like essentially screening a knight placement up until the Custodes table edge, effectively.
Is that on unit?
Okay. Yeah, that fails. I will re-roll with a CP that I just got. An 8. So it goes off. It's a single unit. We're going to do it on the Banshees.
Okay.
I don't know where my card is, but they get +2.
Sure.
He's done.
So Ghost Walk activated. So these Banshees actually have a guaranteed 9-inch charge if they use a Strands of Fate dice. They're trying to get a 9, but it's automatic.
And she'll do Shield if you need again. Score up in one. Goes off with perils, so.
Who's taking the wounds?
So she takes D3. 1. She's 11.
11.
They have 4 up.
11. That wound matters. I'm going to have to do wounds at some point. Or her, whatever she is.
Over here, we will do Jinx. Big numbers. An 8.
All right. That's one we don't like.
Yep.
That is a cop. Unfortunately. I'm a 9.
You got a +1?
+1.
And we will do Restrain. That goes off with barrels. I take 3.
All right.
So the unit will live, so the spell goes off, but now they're only casting 2. And we'll just restrain these guys.
Okay.
That's awkward. 2 perils in one psychic phase sucks a little bit.
Move much more down.
And he's going to do my...
Especially since that Ahura is online, so any damage on these psychers just makes Tony's job much easier.
You're good,
3 points.
3. So you scribe boom, boom, boom.
These 2. Yep.
We're good.
And that's my psychic. That was a little depressing, but I think most of the stuff I needed went off.
Yeah, you got most of the things off.
So let's do shooting. We'll do this guy first, and we'll do these guys first into the tank.
Yep. He's in cover, so what it's worth.
4s to hit then. And 5s and 6s. 1 AP1.
Good. And then that's them. They can
Battle focus. 1 inch.
Not today, I guess.
Oh, do you mind if I do my shadows here? I forgot her psychics.
Yeah, of course.
So the Mortal Wound spell, Mirror Minds. 7 will go off.
So D3.
So D3, 3, and then we roll off. You need to beat me, so that's 4 again. 5 again. 6, so 6 mortals.
Oh my god, there's the mirror minds we all know and love.
That'll be 4.
Ow.
1 and a bit.
1.
Oh.
This lady. This guy. Yeah. So wait. Oh no.
Almost clipped. Oh yeah.
So they're still up with 1.
Almost clipped 2 because there was 1 floating wound there. Yeah.
Yeah, just whoever you want to.
That is brutal.
Oh, all right.
That spell's pretty good.
So they went.
Yeah, we've had good sportsmanship all weekend, chat. These players have been super laid back. The event's been super duper chill. It's kind of the CaptainCon vibe. It's like a big party, so everyone's here just to get Arcs of Omen reps and play some games and chill out.
Everything here. Scatter laser on 2s.
-1 because of the banner.
+1 because you killed my friends, and I hit on 2's base.
I killed your friends! I killed your friends!
Strength 6, so 3 AP 0.
Very good.
And a sniper rifle. Will miss. Tim. All right, that's gonna be everything.
All right, turns over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing else to do, right?
All right.
Nothing to see here.
So let's start with the Quins on a 6.
Please say we're done.
That's a 5.
5.
Ooh, fails the first charge roll.
Okay,
That'll
a
do.
9. So the first model will flip belt to there. Nothing fights first, right?
Here we go. See how well these Harlequins can do. Hoping for these mortal wounds. The mortal wounds have been brutal so far.
And the characters are not
down
obsec,
to
correct?
6 wardens on the
Characters
objective.
are not obsec.
Okay. Banshees
yeah.
here. They get a 6 plus 5 plus 2. They go 13. And they're charging both.
Yep.
Actually, no, just them.
This just in chat. Harlequin's fast, or Eldar fast. Just a 13-inch charge, no big deal.
So we'll go there. So if Trajan HIs, he's fighting Banshees. And the rule for Banshees is just if they charge, they give a fight last aura.
How long should you play before venturing into competitive? Honestly, chat, I think once you're familiar with the rules, you know, and you're not constantly needing to look up, you know, your stats or the core rules and things like that, I think you should just dive in. It's the best way to get better at the game extremely quickly. So you basically just get exponentially better as you play competitively.
Starting with the troop leader, you kill the troop leader and one other.
All right.
Now I hit on 2s. Ah.
I think
Not
you're
that I
gonna kill
need
that
it.
squad. So
5s.
At least they took some with you.
An 8. I'm gonna do what I said. So, just, yeah, he's not even in 3 if I do that. So he can probably come in, but the Termies can't.
Yeah, that intervention's going to be a little tough, I think, for that bike since it's not able to. I don't actually think it can make that intervention because its base is going to be stuck. We're going to elect to use mortal wounds on the sisters and not
I've used it when I make a charge move. Okay, so I'm gonna do it here.
the wardens. Yeah, that makes sense.
So they get 10 dice, 4 ups, 2 mortals.
Yep.
Caps at 6, so 6.
Oh my god, these mortal wounds are brutal. At least that Emperor's Chosen roll is helping. Kills 1 warden.
Okay. So now as the I'm done.
Okay. So he could theoretically heroic.
Actually, sorry. You already did Overwatch, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna charge here.
Okay.
Touch the terrain.
Sure.
Okay, do you want to HI?
Hell yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, let's fight. And then that opens it up for him so that he could go over here.
Sure thing.
Let's
All right.
fight.
So they all fight last.
Yeah, it's all right.
So I'm gonna go over here first. They're just basically battle sisters.
So quickly, just tell me what you can do here.
Okay, so the Quins are all the shenanigans.
Okay.
So I'm gonna rotate them to 3 damage for 2 CPs with the
Okay.
special weapons.
Okay.
They're AP 3 right now, and I can make them ignore invulns for another 2 CP.
Okay.
The Banshees are 10 attacks at 2 damage, 12 attacks at 1 damage, all
Right.
AP 3 or 4. Strength 4 plus 1 to wound.
No fight last on the shield captain, chat.
So none of my strats actually matter.
Yeah, they're all wounding on force, everything.
Yeah. Okay. I don't even need to use any strats there, right?
No.
So, where are your special weapons over here?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But they're gonna just pile in.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, then you'll just kill them.
Okay.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
All right, so they're fighting last, so we'll go here first. So you have what? 2, 4, 6 on the objective?
Yeah.
All right, so I can beat that.
Yeah, I don't think I could. But if I had just moved him up, that probably would have been smarter. But
I mean, I'm
also
still
didn't
going to
know-
have
I
8.
thought you were gonna have 10 anyway, so it's like
Yeah.
it was like kind of
All right.
6 of one, half dozen
So
of the other.
1, 2, 3, 4. Here's the special weapons from them. Hitting on 2s.
Why are we rolling this?
Okay.
You don't need to roll it, bro.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Why are we
Choosing-
rolling?
I'm
Stay
choosing-
outside.
You don't want to get into combat.
yeah,
with
we'll
me?
stay outside an inch.
Not even a. Do you want to roll it out?
And
Just
8 models.
What are you doing? I'm just gonna pick these up.
And then over here,
Why even try?
I'm going to do the Harley troop first.
Okay.
I'm going to
So you can
spend
spend all those
2 more
CPs.
CPs.
Yeah.
So now I'm
3 damage.
3 damage, AP3, no invul. With the specials.
So each one costs 2, or because you had 5 when you started.
Yeah, it's 2 for double, 2 for +1 damage,
Okay.
2 for ignore invuls.
Okay. And what about +1 to wound?
That's a spell.
That was a spell. Okay.
All right, so here's the special weapons. These are 3 damage. Actually, I'm gonna do the chain swords first because he's on 2 wounds. So that's an extra 5
Chain
attacks.
swords.
Yeah. Half chain swords, half specials.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
The chain swords get all the buffs, but they're just weaker in general. So
it.
hitting on 3s with chain swords.
Excuse me, those are Harlequin's blades to you, sir, not chain swords. It's a very distinct weapon profile.
The +1 is from the spell.
Yeah. Got it.
So they're AP1, but ambush of blades puts it to AP2.
Yep. So
And the
4.
+1 damage, so this is all,
Advantages?
yeah, all 2 damage.
Got it.
AP2, so you get your 4-ups.
Got it. So 1, 2, 3.
So this kills 2 guys.
Okay. So they got 6.
It is true, Chad. The Harlequins could have rolled like 40 consecutive ones. You never know.
He died. So that'll be 2. So 1. And
Oh my god, these Ynnari are just
All right, and here's the specials.
chewing through these wardens. Holy crap.
And now these are 5s, QT5, right?
Yep.
So 4s, because +1 to it. And now these are AP3 for ambush, so they push you to a 5-up.
Yep. Okay. So only 1 save there. So that'll be
6 at 3 damage.
6 at 3 damage. So I got to roll this.
Yeah, all one
Yep.
at a time.
Yep. So the first one, he only takes 1 damage.
Yep.
So that goes away.
Yep, just pull the dice. Yep, this is
Was
them.
it, were there 6 or 7?
There were 6, because this
Yeah.
one
Yeah, I
passed.
know. I think yeah. Okay. So the second one.
Needs to make 2 of them.
Yep. So he dies.
Yep, so 1 dead.
And then the next one. He's dead. And the next one. Dead.
Dead, you have 1 guy
I
left,
think I
so
have
6
one left,
damage
so-
on the last guy.
Yeah, he's dead. All right. Ouchies, but that was something that had to happen. Okay.
And then they pile.
Oh my god. Now the characters are targetable as well because they declared interventions. These banshees may mince things up here, Chad. Oh, this engage was so strong from Dan. Holy crap.
She's going to go here and double base. So they're both based. And how many wounds, respectively? What's the defensive?
I think it's 5 and 8.
8 on Trajan. Any damage reduction?
Yeah, 5 up, deal no pain, and once per game he could either fight twice or
Or-
turn damage to 0. And the
They're both 2 up, 4 up.
Yeah, they have.
So this guy's what? 5 wounds, 6
I'm trying
wounds.
to tell you how much.
Okay.
He has 6 wounds.
6 wounds, no damage reduction,
No.
and he has 8 wounds with a 5 up, feel no pain, and once per game he can fight or 0 out.
Yeah.
But 2 damage hits him hard, right?
Actually, what I could do, that's fine. Yeah, I could do either fight twice or 0 of damage.
Yeah. Okay. So I think Trajan lives, and that's okay. And then he kills my banshees. So Exarch and 2 friends here.
Sure.
2 guys in Trajan. So 2 guys on Trajan on 3s. Oop. Strength 4 plus 1, so 4s. 2 AP 4.
I get saves.
Yep. 1 damage.
5 up, feel pain. Good.
Yep. And then into this guy.
Trajan sticks it out.
5 hits, 4s. 1 wound, AP 4. Sorry.
Good.
And the Exarch. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on 3s. And then 4s. 1 wound.
Well, at least the Banshees bounced real hard.
Good job, Banshees. You did nothing.
So
You go back.
Dan does steal the objective, but those characters are going to be able to mince things up this coming turn. They won't be fighting last if the Banshees didn't charge them.
-1 to hit.
So 3 full rerolls. Alright, get an XP, please. 1 miss. And then strength 10, 2s. 5, AP minus 3, 3 damage flat.
5 ups. There's an Exarch.
Okay, oh, and he's got a little dagger.
-1 to hit, but you hit.
Does not wound. I'll use my Emperor's Chosen because I can for each fight, so 1 wound.
AP. Doesn't matter probably. It's AP enough, right?
I think the correct sequencing there would have been to swing the Misericordia first, because if that attack goes through, Dan has to either pull a Banshee or then lock in wounds on the Exarch. And if wounds on the Exarch go through, any hits from the 2 damage weapon or the multi-damage weapon just murders them. Trajan is 3 damage. So this turn was brutal, but the Ynnari are committed now. Both Harlequin troops are in, a Howling Banshee unit is in, and there is one more Howling Banshee unit hiding in the back, plus the bikers. I do think that Dan's hoping to get an Incarn teleport in, and he can use both the Howling Banshees and the Incarn on his subsequent turn to try to confirm the back-breaking 1-2 punch. So while this hit was huge, it is going to come down to what happens this coming turn, because we can't forget those 2 Armiger Hellfrens that are about to drop in and lay waste to some Ynnari units.
Not really seeing a huge impact.
Here.
Right, because you're still going to hold the objective on me, unless I did like some crazy rolls.
You'd have to kill like 4, I fill leadership, and roll all 1s on morale.
I'll just kill the Exarch. I don't think I should save my fight twice for later.
-1 to hit.
Okay, good
Yep.
talk. And 2s.
5 ups. No.
I would have killed 4.
Yep.
I didn't know you were going to roll so badly.
That's Banshees.
Oh, clips the Banshees. Very nice. Can't use the Incarn teleport here. It's immediately going to tick over to the Custodes' turn, so the Incarn would just die to Caladius.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Yeah, I know that.
What a turn from Dan, though.
Oh, yeah.
Big fight.
Ah!
You have one more attack, you said,
I
right?
do. So 1 hit. No wounds.
All right. I'll look up the Caladius, keep the clock on me, because
Probably D3.
I think it's D3. Right? All right. It's meant to be 3. I'll reroll 1 because Emperor's Chosen. Okay. All right.
I get 3 for Bell.
Valiant fight.
3 for...
Behind enemy lines.
Oh, Bell. Okay, got it. Hold on.
I deny your grind because I killed 2 units.
So behind enemy lines. Where's behind enemy lines here?
And I hold you to a 4 on primary. And I do 3 for Scry. And I take down 2 banners.
Yes, sir.
Great
All
turn.
right. It was an ouchie turn, but we still have some stuff we can hopefully do.
And my fate dice. Ooh. Unfortunately, this doesn't help Quins. 1 reroll. Into an advance. All right, I guess we're advance. Ah, that really sucks. All right, advance, hit, double save for fate dice.
All right, chat. I'm
Actually
going
might
to take a
not be
look
bad.
at our other top 8 games. So I'll be back momentarily. I'll have some reports from the field.
Characters to 1 and get an extra attack.
Yep.
Might be useful to all the Harlequins I'm about to be dealing with. So.
Yep.
So then I got these chicks coming in next, and this squad coming in next. The problem is I don't have enough assets to trade with you, and then the in card comes at some point. So that's
They trade up so much.
Yeah, that's the inherent difficulty of the matchup. So
Yeah. That's why I keep the Incarn in reserve, because once you're
yeah.
low on assets, she just gets to run the
yeah,
table.
then she's just gonna that's unfortunately something I'm just gonna have to deal with. We go up to 5 CP.
I go up to 2.
Oh yeah, because you had spent a whole bunch, right?
Yeah, I went down to 1.
Okay. And I got a 4 on turn 3. And I've got to go put up banners and stuff this turn. Not necessarily taken down. Should be able to shoot a lot of these. If I charge you, you don't strike last, right?
Correct.
You strike. Yeah, I'm about to strike last, right?
I can still trigger her mortal wound power.
So,
it's once per game, but just as long as you don't end in with the Exarch, I can't do it.
He's just gonna fly over here.
Sure. Just the 2 tricks the Harleys can do. 2 CPs when you fall back, I can consolidate 6 however I want. And 1 CP 6-inch HI. So
Consolidate how many inches?
6. Normal consolidate rules after you fall back.
And where does it, and you can engage me?
Yep.
Oh, so you could just,
And then I fight first.
so you could, I can't run away from you then.
Yeah, the one thing you could do is you could move something so that it's closer to me and run away, and then I'm forced to go closer to whatever's closest. So for example, you could fall back this tank to here, and then he runs that way, and now if I consolidate, I'm going towards the tank. But otherwise,
But you're still in combat.
I'm still in combat,
Okay.
yes.
And that's a 2 CP strat.
That is a 2 CP strat.
Okay, so that strat makes it difficult. I should have actually fought those then.
It wouldn't have really mattered
Yeah.
to kill 4,
Yeah.
and then there's still a Banshee Exarch, which is annoying.
Yeah. All right, well.
If you want to do it that way, you can go back and do
I
it.
don't think it matters.
Okay.
That's all I do. Sorry, I don't know why.
That's all right. I was for my fate dice, and I was explaining stuff.
Okay. I don't even think I passed it to you, that's why I let it. So then I can't shoot that squad, is what we're talking about. So that means in card comes in there this turn.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah. So basically I need to just kill as much as I can in the meantime.
Also
This
sounds
I think is okay. This I could shoot down. I could move him up here, kill them. You have the shining spears that could come and do something.
All right, chats. We have our first top 8 game has concluded. Tyler Russo versus Colin Burns. Orcs versus Leagues of Votan came down to an explosive ending. Votan did go down, so Tyler Russo advances 4-0 with Orcs. But apparently, during the game, the Orcs ganged up on a land fortress, surrounded it, and tore it down with their choppas and many big power claws. The land fortress proceeded to explode, killed 10 or 11 Orcs, and did most of the damage to the characters, and also destroyed a kill rig, which then also exploded and did a similar amount of damage to Tyler's army. So it looked like about probably 400 points worth of damage was dealt by a chain explosion of 2 vehicles, which is, I mean, as an Orc player, I think you just have to appreciate that. The other games are still going. Orcs versus Iron Hands also looks like it's going in Orcs' direction. Although Iron Hands do have a lot of stuff on the table, Orcs is all over their deployment zone, but we have seen games with Orcs, like similar games where they extend very far forward and then are eventually pushed back and lose in the late game. So that one may go either direction. And the Sisters and Necrons game is still super early, so no idea how that one's going to go. Although those players look like they're having an absolutely amazing time. So it's just yelling, which is funny.
This is safe, but these corners are not. Now you could just bring in a knight in that corner and...
Yeah, or I could just keep this back.
Sure.
You know, and have them shoot at this as well to make sure it's completely annihilated. So, like...
Makes sense.
Could just do that. Like, if that's really the case, then let's just do this over here.
Yep, just check the 9. I think you're good.
This is plenty
Okay.
of 9. And then, like, then he could shoot down this way. I could kill
Kill
this
that poor
guy.
ranger.
Yeah, because, you know, you're not going to be bringing your Incarn there, so might as well kill some units.
So worrying about
Kill these guys. You can bring the Incarn here if you want.
strategic reserves, which I believe is a ranger unit and a unit of striking scorpions, which those tanks
Just
you have to
remember
be
I have
worried about.
army-wide fight first, so if you're doing multiple charges, it can get messy.
Yeah. I don't think I have much of a choice in that matter, too. I think I can fall back and shoot with him.
For a
so
CP?
Where would he like to go? He could also go try to pick these guys off. try to stay away from. I don't want to take this charge. Take out a fair number of your assets, and then just have the stupid incarn to deal with.
The spears are a 28 max.
Yeah, so let's not get a 28 if we could avoid it. You could almost
Now I don't
avoid
have an auto charge, so it's a 16-inch move. So like,
yeah, that helps a lot. So
I really wanted one, I just didn't get it.
I know. Don't worry, you had it last turn, so it's all good.
I did have it when I.
Yeah. So I think I just do this, shoot him. He's gonna fall back. And then Trajan's just going to have to go boss mode on these guys, which I don't think is going to necessarily happen. But, well, I should make you use the strat because it's 2 CP. Right?
It is 2 CPs.
So I will fall back. And if you want to...
Just think very carefully about the sequencing and where models are, because it's immediate.
Yeah, because yours is immediate. And then you could then engage into me, right?
Yep, and then I would fight first because you didn't charge.
Got it. And then you probably kill Trajan.
Huh?
Then you probably kill Trajan.
I think so.
Yeah.
I can do 1 CP. Well, I guess I'll be out of CP, so I won't be able to do mortals, but it's still 45 attacks plus 1 to wound at AP3.
I can't fall back or...
I really want to commend Dan for telling his opponent about his gotchas before anything happens. Really kind of, it puts into perspective a lot of the times that I think a lot of the Ynnari abilities are so kind of unavoidable that even if your opponent plays around them, at some point they have to give up some efficiency to fight first and heroic interventions and things.
Which one is that one?
They're both 10 attacks. She's just not 2 damage.
Oh, she's 1 damage?
It's 22 attacks. If you engage the Exarch, you can do D3 mortals once per game.
He doesn't care. He don't care. He don't care.
He doesn't feel no pain, right?
Yeah, it definitely makes for the most, I think, representative games of the, your player scale and power level. There is something to be said about, for matchup knowledge. But you want to be able to judge matchups based on optimal play.
I could shoot these or them, so let's just let's put them there.
Yep. That is CP for fall back and shoot? Oh, you're doing that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I could just bring these guys both right here. Now, this
So
is
do they have the angle from way back here?
Let's see.
That guy definitely does.
I don't think this one will.
Yeah,
But I think
so you got one.
I'll take one. Because this one's going to shoot here anyway. I've got plenty of stuff I need to shoot.
True.
So I don't think that's a problem. Now, I could go...
Gonna try to spike some damage on the Incarn. If the Incarn can get bracketed, it is going to be disincentivized from getting too aggressive. Don't want to give up those Abhor the Witch points when you don't have to.
So 10 from here. This is the back of the base, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the base. Am I like... But I'm going for the... Tell me if I can do it. I don't care. Otherwise, I'll just back it up. Tell me whatever I can do. I don't care.
I don't think so. It's
Then
super
that's fine.
close.
Then I'll just back up so that I can shoot
Down
this.
that way.
So that way. Those are my targets that I want to kill. That guy probably has to die too. And we go from there. I don't think I fall back, right? I just don't think it makes sense for me to do it because 2 CP, then I just lose my charge, right?
Yeah, it's 2 CPs, but now I fight first.
But now you fight. Let's take it's 2 CP.
Also, the thing is, if you're not very careful, I could just touch the tank now too.
Yeah, I could have fallen back straight ahead, but like I was thinking, obviously like
If you want to move him here and then fall back, you can do it.
But I don't think it's.
But then he can't.
Advantageous for me. I just don't think it works out for me. I think I just have to rely on him tanking this, and I try to kill everything else, and then I have to deal with the Incarn and a unit of Shining Spears and all your like psychic stuff. But at least I'm doing some damage to you. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's a little bit of a dicey situation, to say the least. Trajan will start by shooting that guy.
-1 for the forest.
Yeah. He doesn't care. I did tell you my stance. I could go damage 1 if I wanted to. 1 wound.
AP?
1.
3 up.
Okay. And what else are we gonna shoot here?
Actually, 4 up, but I rolled a 6 because he's in cover, so he gets +1, but he's not getting light cover.
It's all good. Okay, so I will shoot. Let's make sure I can shoot and kill this. What did I do? This guy though. Oh, see, he can see down. That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, you can see the Ranger and the Quins.
Yeah. Okay. So these guys have one target they're going to shoot in. Is it worth shooting both guns? Just to make sure they can both see.
Yeah, sure.
And we did discuss this was zoning out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you should be
I
good.
think we talked about
should
it.
be good out to like here.
Yeah. Yeah. That's basically all I can do. Yeah. So I could shoot both guns. You're not -1 to be hit, right?
Nope, not unless I spend a CP.
Okay. So I'll just shoot the one gun.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reroll. Not meant to be. Four.
5 up.
So 2.
Tarakis, your thoughts on Grey Knights and Arcs of Omen? They seem pretty good. Jury's still out, I think. Getting a nerf to Warp Ritual was brutal, but their damage output's strong and they're good at MSU, so I think they're probably end up above average.
So 4.
It's D3 shots or D6?
D3 each of the 3.
Okay.
So
9 shots.
I'll use 1 reroll.
What's
And
the
threes.
strength?
5.
Okay.
It's actually like surprisingly not terrible, but I did roll terribly. So
5 ups. Kill another.
And then they're choppers. They can rapid fire. That'll be 4 more.
These Harlequins are loving it.
2 more. Okay. So I guess I will shot. So now I will have. Okay, thank you. So I will have to shoot this. Now, if things go poorly, I have nothing else shooting at that. I don't care. I'll charge you anyway. Like, I don't think there's enough for me to really worry about them.
Yep. Before you do that, remember, if you kill anything, I can teleport.
You're going to teleport this turn anyway. It's going to be a very painful teleport, right? Like, teleport here, I can charge you.
Yeah, but then I won't get shot by autocannons.
Yeah, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's valid. But then you're away from that. Yeah, 6-1 happens. Then I can shoot this at him, though.
Absolutely love that Dan's just reminding his opponent about all of his gotcha mechanics.
Custodes, so I'll shoot this, small gun into him, big guns into that man. That's one,
Okay.
right? All right,
They
so
are on a 4-up invuln, but otherwise.
This game is like cooperative at this point. These players are working through the best plans for each of them, which is like absolutely sick.
Well, just this one,
it's
right?
for both of them, actually. See if I get it back. I don't.
Well, they split as soon as you drop them.
No, but it's choose up to 3 Armiger Halberds.
Sure.
Did I also spend the CP for fallback and shoot? I don't know if I did.
No, you did
I'm going to
not.
go down to 3.
Yeah.
And I'm going to roll
Do you see if
I
you get any back?
I don't. Okay, so now, Quester, Stubbers, here, there.
Yep, so 3 hits. Actually, was that at -1? Sorry, because I'm in a forest. I think they were all 4 up, so I think you're good. Yeah. And it's, what's the strength?
Wound.
Just 1 wound?
4. Straight 4.
AP?
1.
So 5 up. Yeah.
Hey, do it like a boss. And then D3s into those.
Like a boss.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This Shroud Runner is going to cause so much grief.
No minuses over there, so this is just 3s.
Yep.
The 6s auto wound, for what it's worth. So these auto wound, they all hit. And then 3s. All right, that happens out the rolls a lot. So that's 4 saves.
So 1 at a time. 4 up, fails, 4 up, fails, 4 up. Good, 4 up. Good. So I lose 2.
Cool. Okay. That one will shoot the Stubber, and then I might as well shoot at the Incart to try to do some damage to him. So Stubber onto that guy. 1 auto wound.
-1 to hit, so the 3 misses.
3 misses. That'll be 3 saves.
First one fails. That hasn't shot yet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just dies.
Okay.
Hilariously, I think if I teleport here, I'm in a forest, and then you'd be -1. But
That is not impossible, yeah.
But go
So,
for it.
So then the 43 shots.
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll take average any day of the week.
Threes, sixes are cool.
That's a reroll. I see 2 cool ones, and then I'm looking for 4s.
Yep.
We use those strand dice, hopefully. Not quite.
3.
3.
First one, 4 up. Good. Second one, 4 up. Fails, and I'm gonna auto pass. So I take 1, which is 3, goes to 2 damage.
Yep. So you've taken 3 total, right?
So she's down to 9. Yep.
All right. Chipping away. We got a chip.
Yep.
So.
Strands of Fate dice coming in clutch. Incarn still top bracket for at least 3 more wounds.
Well, this will make my job easy. Do I have line of sight here or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now you could redeploy there. You might bring the in-card here, that's not impossible, but now you can't heroic on the turn you come
Correct.
in. Okay.
But if you charge me, I can do whatever. You
Huh?
know, if you charge me,
Yeah, I might not even charge you, make you spend a turn coming after me. I don't know what the right answer is. Or we just say YOLO and kind of like try to do as much damage as possible, right? Because also, you know, like if as I drain your dice, like that hopefully will help me.
you also have a Melta missile.
Huh? All right, so I'll shoot the 8 shots into them and then 6 shots into him.
Okay. Is the 6 shot range enough? It's like 36. Should be fine.
Oh, it may not be.
Yeah,
but-
you're good.
Yeah. These are scatter laser shuriken.
They're shuriken catapults.
Catapult. Okay.
4 shots, strength 4, AP 1, shuriken.
I'll shoot this one first because this one doesn't have much better targets. I'll shoot the 8 shots here. No. Oh God, I'm like torn. Yeah. I'm torn. It's on me, so the clock. I can decide this.
Yeah, this target selection is going to be pretty crucial.
Nope, but they're in a forest, so 3 up armor.
Giving yourself the best opportunity to respond to that Incarn teleport is huge.
Just obliterate this. Like, I just might as well kill this now.
Everything there?
Yeah. Because if I like
Yep.
sprinkle some damage here, it doesn't help me. But if you bring the Incarn here, I still have this could shoot. So then it's like shoot and then charge. Then I actually might kill it.
Sure.
And then you think twice about it. So I'll do low guns.
Yeah, the other big benefit here is that Dan's behind enemy lines means that anytime one of his models survives, it basically is immediately worth 3 points for him. So Tony can't really afford to undercommit to these Ynnari units as much as you don't want to one-shot them to let the Incarn port. He basically has to in order to maintain parity on secondaries.
And then 2s. Reroll. Not meant to be. 4.
All 5s. So, what's their melee?
So 4 attacks base.
With what? Strength 8, AP 2?
Strength 8, AP 2. You got
2
it.
damage?
2 damage.
2. So I can probably Fate Dice block that, but if one goes through, it's bad. Little guns I don't care about. They already shot.
This hasn't changed.
That's what I mean, they shot there.
Oh, sorry. They absolutely.
So that could potentially, I can auto pass one of its big guns, so you'll do
Yeah.
D3 plus 3 if I fail a 4 up,
Yeah.
which I don't like. And then that's what, 12 attacks at 1 damage, so it's all 1 damage.
Yeah, so just full disclosure, I'm in that stance that I could take an extra attack.
Sure, so
and
6
I have
attacks.
my little dagger.
So
I can
6
have
attacks.
Total 6 attacks.
So 18 attacks on 2s. They get any bonus into monsters?
I could spend CP if I wanted to for +1.
18 attacks, so you hit on...
Yeah, the discount games tournament site's an awesome resource for sure.
Let's say you get 16 wounds, 8 go...
If you want like a greater volume, you can subscribe to BCP as well, Best Coast Pairings, to see all, every list basically ever. But discount games is definitely for the highly competitive ones.
Okay, -1 for the forest.
Hit on a 4. Does not wound with a reroll. Wounds.
AP?
4. Just a melt missile.
Yeah, you kill a bike.
Yeah.
It's multi-damage.
So electing not to port the Incarn here, interesting. That was a good sequence of shooting from Tony, but now if he kills, we have good Incarn teleports. If he kills the Banshees here with the Shield Captain, or if he kills the Harlequins here.
I rolled the dice.
You're fine. What's the AP?
AP2, so you get a bunch of AP2s.
He dies.
All right.
All right, we do get one Incarn teleport. Now that the shooting's done, get a pretty decent hit on him. If Dan
How many
can
attacks on Trajan?
confirm a
Trajan
kill
has 6
here,
attacks plus a dagger, and he has a once per game fight twice.
that's at the end
this
of
coming
phase.
turn, although that guy's super tanky, then he could potentially put the Incarn back
So
to
I'm going to
safety.
make it so it's a 9-inch charge if you want to
Seems a
try
little
it.
bit tough.
That's all my shooting, right?
Yep.
All right, charges over here. 7 now. I want to stay out of engagement range. Is what
Of
you
the
want?
Exarch.
Okay, so I think I have enough movement to do that.
Sure.
That's the Exarch.
Yep.
So I will not do that.
Why, hello there.
And Trajan motherfucking Valoris is going in.
Yeah. Just the Quins?
Yeah, I'm not going for that crazy charge. I'll make it so that like, you're kind of in
Dolores.
between.
Here he comes.
Where are the special weapons, actually?
Special.
So I'll make it so that you can't like fight.
Yeah. Then you get to pile and all that, but yeah.
Okay. You have 3 interrupts, basically. So I'm just going to go over here. So 1, 2, 3. They all are 1 wound, right?
The Quins, yeah. One of them has 2
Okay.
because it's troop leader.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they're -1 to hit because they're Harlequins.
Because they're what?
That Exarch has nerve shredding shriek. So at the start of the fight phase, it can deal mortal wounds to enemies engaging with it. The piercing strike, Banshee Exarch is dead.
And then strike 10 for 2. Reroll. And I get a dagger.
Yep.
Hits. No.
So what?
So 6.
6 on the troop leader. So you kill 4. 5. So 2 on her,
Yep.
and then
4 more.
3 more.
3 more. Yes. Math works.
And yeah, we're pulling chainswords. So I can't pull the guy that Trajan's in with, or else I stop fighting. All right, so I'm no longer in combat with him.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go over here.
All right, let's see if this guy can survive.
Love that move too, pulling out of combat, so you don't have to worry about that
And
additional swing onto the Harlequin troops, so the troops should survive here.
I think it's all the same, right? AP3, AP4 makes no difference.
Yeah. Do you have what's your strength?
Have what?
What's your strength?
4.
Okay. Yeah. You don't get a lot of your bonuses when you're not.
They don't get
when
+1 to wound, so I'm gonna be wounding on 5s.
Okay, got it.
So here's all their attacks together, Exarch and the girls. So 22 attacks, 3s.
You're good.
And 5s. That was real good.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Just roll those. Those are all AP enough.
So 4 and 5 ups. Can I roll your dice?
Yeah.
A little underwhelming, but that's okay. And then 5 ups. So 3 damage total. He starts at 9. He goes down to 6.
Can he heal?
No.
Okay.
He's just gonna take whatever you have for him, but the hope was that he might actually do some damage.
Yep.
So Exarch has how many wounds?
Oh, excuse me, Jack. I misspoke. It's the Crone Scream
I'll start with the dagger.
relic is what will deal mortal wounds, not when charging.
One to hit because we're banshees.
-1 to hit because you're banshees. Okay, so that will miss.
Okay.
I'll re-roll this. Why not?
That's just your faction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the faction thing, and then I got 6 attacks.
Yep. These reroll wounds or something.
I re-roll ones to hit and wound.
Reroll 1s.
Yeah, hit and wound. Not that one.
That Exarch just has both, so if she charges, she can deal the Crone Scream and then into the nerve shredding shriek.
So 5, it's 2 damage.
But you can just trigger Crone Scream defensively as well if you want
I'm
to.
about to do
It just won't get the charge bonus Modus mortal wounds because you haven't made any charges yet.
Dice be dice.
A little bit of an underswing on that Banshee unit. In fact, I think they'll retain the objective. That's huge.
So,
Yeah, I don't
4
think they're-
attacks.
Some are gonna have to go into there. Yeah,
I might just not swing with them.
that's also a reasonable option. Oh, I will actually kind of just pivot so that you can't fight me through the wall.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't want you to.
That will let me get all my girls to swing. Because now if I go here, so all the quins on Trajan.
You're still within 1 inch of.
Should be just out, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So I lost 4 chainswords, so 5 specials are still in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's all the special weapons. Plus 1 wound, hitting on 2s. Mortals on 6s for 1 CP.
Okay.
Hitting on 2s because you killed our friends. And wounding on 4s because we're still plus 1 from the spell.
Yep.
And then this is all 2 damage. And
Oh, sorry.
3 mortals on top.
Okay. This could be bad. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's
Just-
going to be taking
just
8.
4.
Yeah, 4.
So
I'm trying
2
to
each.
think. Yeah. So I'll CP reroll 1.
I still have 5 attacks.
Yeah. I'll CP reroll 1. Not today. See if I get that back.
1 to 1.
Nope. Not today. So I'm going to be taking 8 damage.
Yep.
He's at 8 and 3 mortars. So
Potentially more from the chainsword, but we'll see.
I know. The problem is.
It's a little spicy, Trajan. Not looking great
5
for you,
up, so.
buddy.
Oh, you're thinking about zeroing one?
I might have to.
You can wait for the last one. So you can roll the first 3, feel no pains, because you do it all one at a time, and zero out the last one.
That's true. Let's see how it goes. So he's taken 4.
Yep.
How many chainswords you got coming at me?
5 attacks.
Oh, just 1. Okay.
You also have 3 mortals already, and they can do
Yeah,
mortals.
see, that's the problem. I think I have to zero this.
I think I would.
Huh?
I think I would. I don't think he's going to get to fight. I mean, you could fight twice this phase if you don't die. That's fair. But he's not going to kill them all.
He's not.
But he could hurt them.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll live, so you can just save it for the last one. But the mortals are a problem because they're coming in at the end, and you can't zero them.
Yeah, I just have to, hope I 4 up it. I think I zero this.
Okay.
So now.
So he's taken 4.
Yeah, he's taking 4.
Yeah, the players alternate, chat, but it alternates starting with the player whose turn it is. So Trajan was selected to fight first. Then, because the Howling Banshees also fought first, they were selected by Dan to fight. The Harlequin unit is just the last one in the sequence.
Yep. So you live
So
at
I don't feel
you
terrible.
live at 1. So he had 8. He took 4, and then 3 mortals. Yeah. So you, oh no, you have
2.
You have 4. Yeah, yeah,
Two.
yeah.
So
So you
you've
have
got
2.
two.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't feel great about that. Wait, did you have to get into
No, Trajan swung first, chat.
Okay.
We'll just finish piling.
It was Trajan and then the Banshees, then the Shield Captain, then the Harlequins was the sequence this turn.
So end of your turn. What do you got for me?
So I have.
So you killed 1, 2, 3 units. So you get 3.
Okay.
We did your banners. Abhor none yet.
Yeah.
And then start of my turn, I get an 8 because I have 3 banshees. They can't fail leadership because they're lead 8.
Yep.
So I have 3. So I get a 12.
You have 12.
Oh my god.
I do owe you leadership on those queens.
That's going to be tough to come back from.
They're fine.
Failing to kill one more Banshee there was huge. 5-point swing, not stealing that objective since the banner is still active there.
I'm up to 2.
Yeah, because you had spent something. Cool.
We will throw Ambush of Blades on these Shining Spears, which I think will not matter at all because they're all AP4 and you have invulns everywhere. So
Yeah.
I'll Ambush of Blades myself.
That's right. Go in.
I'm AP2 now. Fear me.
Fear me now.
I do owe you lead on those. No, I can't fail on the bikes. Can't fail on the bikes. I can fail here. 1 runs. Just 1 runs.
2 will fail, right?
Because they're under half. Yeah. Yeah. So 1 bike left.
That's all you keep from behind enemy lines, so it's all good.
They're going to do behind enemy lines this
Yeah.
turn.
No, yeah. You
All
have
right,
one way or
so because they can fall back and do whatever they want. They just can't advance.
Yeah, this is unfortunately sort of spiraling out of control here. The score is looking good for Ynnari, and that Harlequin unit not getting killed was particularly brutal, because now they can fall back out of combat with Trajan, charge into the Vexillus Praetor that's there, and tag the tank. They might be able to get far enough to hit the armigers and prevent them from shooting for a turn. But locking down that objective will just continuously knock down the Custodes score.
Four up against mortals, right?
Yeah.
But I don't have a charge dice. All right. It's gonna fall back. So the idea here is going to be an easy charge here.
Sure.
I'm going to try and swing as far this way as I can and tag these.
I might Tanglefoot you, just keep that in mind.
Okay.
I could.
So I
Yeah,
do have a flip belt.
the
so I can
Tanglefoot
get
here would be
to
really
an
good,
inch. You'll still subtract from my charge?
because they may have to
But-
charge through the terrain, and so a Tanglefoot would stack with the difficult ground and potentially just sink that charge
Measuring from the
immediately.
back. She'll go there.
And here comes
Now
the
we actually
Incarn.
Fight. Well,
We're gonna see if we can burn these characters down with some swirling soul
Advance the
vortexes.
Shadow Seer. She goes 8, so 12. This guy's just gonna tuck in and help them hold this. They're 2-up armor. Everything's 2-up armor. They're full health, right?
Yep.
They're advancing 22. Yeah. To get an 18 of them.
Sure.
He's gonna go here and he's gonna do my action. Don't need a screen anymore, so they'll come tuck in there. Shining Spears can go 16.
Time to see if the Shining Spears and maybe what's the word? Fall back and charge off of the
I need someone to hold this. We're gonna use these guys.
Howling Banshees can clip out that super tank superior creation captain.
He needs to get in 12 for a spell.
Especially if you use Emperor's Auspice on that guy, it's gonna be tough for the Heart Strike to chew through, since the Paragon Saber then just turns into basically a regular power sword
That's that.
instead of giving you full rerolls. So I would be shocked if we don't bank a CP for that. I think Dan here maybe relying on the mortal wounds to try to clip things out.
Gives me options. Psychic. Storm of Whispers is AoE Mortals over here. That will go off on a 6. Did 1 or 2 denies?
One.
Okay, so you want
I
to
feel
deny
like a
it?
6 is a good deny here.
Okay. So it's 3 dice, 4 ups do mortals to these 3 units.
Okay.
So Trajan takes 1.
Oh, that's true chat, right? It was nerfed. So
This guy.
on infantry only?
2.
Yeah, so that will be a little scary then.
And the tank,
5.
2 on the tank.
2 on the tank. He was at 7. Where
So he's
there
at-
should be a thing somewhere. Do you mind moving it?
He's at 5 now.
Thank you.
And then we'll do her Malediction. 6s to hit, auto wound. Goes off. That's Unbind Souls. And I'm going to do it on Anything can transhuman, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, not every vehicles can. Sorry.
They can't transhuman?
Yeah. It's only like infantry or character.
We'll go on this guy here.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do 1 CP to cast again. And we're gonna resurrect a model. 7. So I get D3 troops back. 3.
Oh, that's good. That will make that charge a lot easier.
Okay. She's done. We'll do her targeted mortals. Mirror Minds fails. Needs line of sight for the rest, so she's done. Over there,
here.
+1 CP. Goes off. Up to 1 again. We will do Ghost Walk, +2 to charges. Goes off on the Scorpions.
Cool.
He's done. Jinx from the Warlock bikes. Goes off on the Terminators.
Cool.
And
Jinx, now is it on
it's just
invulns too?
-1 armor.
Just on.
And we'll do the action with my last Warlock. Goes off. Another 3.
Got it.
All right. Shooting. Yes, I got all the Psychers this time. Farseer, we'll do the bikes into your captain. So Shuriken Cannon. 1 hit. 1 wound AP3. Two,
Okay, I'm good.
2 laser lances. 1 hit.
Just roll. Yeah. That's roll.
Get in the box.
In
Nothing.
the box. Okay.
And then
I was at 3 CP, right?
yeah, that's what I got you.
I
Little
know.
guns.
What are we shooting catapults?
Shuriken catapults from the same squad. It's all the Shining Spears. 1 AP1.
Good.
The Warlock bikes. On 2s, because you killed their friend. By which I mean I blew his head off with a psychic power.
Hey, wait! I didn't do anything with that. They were. That's fine.
Nothing.
Okay.
The guy that did the psychic action. 2 hits. Nothing.
So I think that was all this.
Yep, just the
These guys?
Farseer.
Sure.
Farseer hasn't shot. He has the magic pistol, so 3 shots on 2s. And then strength 6, if he wounds it's immortal. 2 mortals. 1 each, so just 2 mortals, so.
He's down to 4.
Down to 4. All right, the Banshees will pistol your Terminators. Just 2 shots on 2s.
They can fall back, shoot, and charge. One
They
CP?
can't shoot. They can't shoot. They can't see. Ynnari will flamer all this.
Yep.
So Trajan, 4 shots. 3 wounds, AP2. These are 1 each.
So AP2 will do 3 wounds.
Ooh.
5 ups.
Oh my god.
Oh, sad face. Okay.
Does Trajan go down to the flamethrower? He does.
Oh, was he in cover? Shit.
That flamer
Anyway,
is
and he only had 2 left.
brutal.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah. But he,
It's AP2, but I'm still conversation.
yeah. So it would have been a 3 up. You still failed 2 and then failed 2 field no pains.
I made 1.
Okay. I mean, you put back.
Well, let's just roll it. He's dead, Avery. Good call.
There you go. Yeah. That Incarn Flamer is so brutal. This is probably one of the greatest situations I've seen for the Incarn Flamer, hitting the tank and the 2 characters. It's actually rare you hit the characters with that, since it has to be eligible targets. So if you can't select them thanks to Lookout Sir, then they attack on them fizzles. But in this case, hitting 2 characters with it, especially those 2+, 4+ invuln save characters, is disgusting.
She's done. They can shoot their pistols.
Can
So
they?
I'm pretty sure Harlequins can fall back and do everything. I don't think
don't
it matters. She's gonna kill that anyway, so
Yeah, I don't. It's almost like better for you to have that in combat.
I'm good. All right, that's it.
Cool.
Charges. Banshees into Terminators.
Hold on. I will tangle.
Tanglefoot on whom?
These guys.
Cool.
Only 2.
-2.
Yeah.
All right, so Banshees first.
Yep.
A 10. Yeah, we'll go way over here. Just leave a gap.
Yep.
And then Scorpions. So -2 +2, so we're looking for a 9.
I know.
We'll come back to them. These girls here. Just into the tank. A 9. So a 7 if I go through the forest, which I will. Outside an inch.
Sure.
And then she's going to go into both.
Yep. Yep.
7, which is a 5 through the forest. I'll just not quite base both. And then the scorpions, so just a 9.
Solid charging through the forest here. You get the +2 on the
7,
scorpions, and that will make it.
Why not? Yeah, why would you not? Because it's better.
I think it goes.
Oh, that's too bad for me. That's too bad for me.
There we go.
I thought those guys needed a 7-inch charge. All right, well,
So fight last.
the boxcars is solid, so that's pretty sick. Nailed it.
Spears into the captain.
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
An 8.
Go get them shining
They
spears.
fly so I can jump over all my models.
All right, so I think for Custodes, we basically just need this turn to totally bounce.
Everything else advanced. So
If
on a 4-up, he hits you with fight last from the team's lance.
there is a non-zero chance that Custodes just get bodied right here. Also an equal chance that Custodes take very little damage and then survive.
Actually, you're going to be tagged, so I'm actually not really getting shot. I really wanted him to, because I could teleport her home if I kill him last, but I just need to kill him now. All right, so everything over there first.
So, the spears.
So actually, yeah, at start of the fight phase, she does go off.
The armigers aren't great. They don't have a melee weapon. I think they're just 4 attacks. They'll be hitting on 4s against Harlequins. Winning on 2s, though, it's good, just because there's no shadows here there.
One more.
Down to 2.
And you are -1 to combat attrition deaths. Ah.
Oh! So
All right.
I'm only leadership 10, you're telling me. Yeah.
So over here, we'll do the spears first.
Okay.
So this guy, the Exarch does have full rerolls to hit and wound.
He has full hit. So I can't turn it off, actually.
Okay.
So
So the spear, this is the lances, so they all hit.
Okay.
Strength 6, so 4s? I would think you're T6. 2 AP 4?
Yeah, strength 6 on the armigers, but in this case,
Damage?
it doesn't matter. It's not good enough to clear the whole unit.
And here's the Exarch.
But I mean, it could force morale. Like there is a universe where they roll they roll nuts and kill a bunch of Harlequins, and then the Harlequins run away or something.
4
But
AP 4, 1
it's
damage, and 4
extremely unlikely.
4 up saves.
Turns out, strength 7, AP 0, 1 damage is just what you need to kill a model that only has an invulnerable save. So the fact that they don't have a weapon actually doesn't matter here.
Natural.
Down to 2.
You got it.
Who could I fight here?
We're going to base him, so he can only fight the spears.
You're not. No one else is engaged.
Well,
Correct.
the
No one else
the shield captain survives.
No, I don't need to.
Not on the charge, so I don't believe he gets his +1 to wound from his interceptor lance. But that objective is sort of it's kind of the Bermuda Triangle, I guess. Everybody's
4 attacks.
everybody's charging it over there and not killing each other.
Plus the dagger. 6 attacks. Gotta put wounds on. He doesn't regenerate. Right?
No.
Yeah, I'll fight. Okay. I can't interrupt here, so.
Yeah.
He also won't get his rerolls from tip of the spear either because he didn't charge this turn.
So you're T5?
Yeah.
I'm wounding it. All the wounds are on 4s, no rerolls, so.
Okay. So hitting on 2s.
Yeah.
I'm going
T7.
down to 1 damage because I don't.
Sure.
Oh, I don't have a Misericordia on this one.
Okay.
Now I remember that.
Strength 7, or T7,
Yep,
so.
it's a force. Hopefully we can plink something. Emperor's Chosen, so 3 saves.
First 2, 4-ups. Make 1
damage.
fail 1, just roll the last one. So she takes 1, down to 8.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna do 4, 5, and 1. Do you want a transhuman?
5 attacks on him?
Yeah.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna do him first, 5 attacks. 2s, 2 auto wound because he's unbound. And then strength 11, so 2s again. So 4 AP, 4 no invuln.
6 ups, baby. No.
And just min 3 each. So
min
she
3
is gonna
death.
teleport off his death. Doesn't really help. This thing explodes for D3.
Yeah.
Okay. So then 1 attack at that. Hits. Wounds. No, that doesn't wound. So I'm strength 11.
Okay, good talk.
Okay.
This is the Caladius that refuses to die over here. He's the little tank that could.
So 5,
Thomas the tank engine.
So
See if the Harlequins can do it.
1, 2, 3, 4 specials. 1, 2, 3. So here's the special weapons. Hitting on 2s because we're still below starting strength.
Cool.
And winning on 5s because we're strength 4. And these are AP 2 damage.
This is on tank, right?
Tank. 5 AP 2 damage.
So I could theoretically save this. Siege blows. This is what I'm looking for. Not today.
And before you remove it,
Incar's just bouncing around.
bounce back.
Woo! Puts it in dense cover though, so that's solid. And the knights are trapped.
I'll attack with them.
Yep, -1 to hit.
I don't know what my attacks are.
Sincarn's just like toying with its food. It's like, now I'm over here. Now I'm over here.
All right.
Put your right foot in, take your right foot out.
Yeah, that's fine.
6, 7, 8. 3s.
All right, armatures, let's just
-1.
convert every attack here. Not quite.
10 twos. 5 saves.
That's pretty
5
solid.
ups. So kill 3. I don't. I did not. I did bring the lead player back. So 1, 2. And I need to stay and
Can you bring
consolidate.
back the troop leader?
Yeah.
I
You
thought
can
you said-
target them if they're. You can only target a unit that has 1 wound models. But you can.
Doesn't the troop leader have 2?
She wasn't in the unit when I cast the spell. That's the way that works.
Oh, okay.
And then over here.
Yep.
Anyone have a wound on him?
Yeah, 2 wounds.
All right. So Scorpion Exarch first. 7 attacks from him.
Yep.
I'm going to auto hit once, which counts as a 6. So that's 2 auto wounds.
Okay.
So 6 more attacks
Because
on
he has
3s.
exploding 6s, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 3 wounds.
Okay. Should I just roll this?
AP 2 damage, and you're jinxed. So yeah,
Just 4. Good.
nice. And then the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4 on 3s.
2 there.
6s explode, but they can't do mortals. So 3 more when we're done. And then strength
yeah,
5
I like
4s. So 3, and then here's the explosions, just to get it out of the way. So 4 AP 1, which you're jinxed, so AP 2, and 1 mortal.
So 4 saves. So 2 wounds.
Yep, and a mortal.
So
3 total.
damage. So 1 guy dies,
Yep.
and 1's down to 3.
They're 4 wounds each, right? 4 wounds each, yeah.
Yep.
All right, and the Banshees. 8, 10. I'm going to do them all at the same time again because it doesn't change the AP.
Sure.
So, I'm down a couple models. So, -6 attacks, but we hit on 2s.
Is
And
that the
There-
Exarch 2?
yeah,
Or no?
it's all AP 3 or
It's all
4.
the same. Yeah, I can't remember which one is
No
which.
extra damage. Wounding on 4s because we charged. 3, 6, 8 total AP on your emblem.
That's not ideal.
Oh.
Whoops. Yeah, that was a 3. So that was not ideal. So that's going to be 1 dead and 1 down to 1.
So 1 guy at 1 wound, right? Is what you got left?
Yeah.
So the Banshees are just going to pin him.
Okay.
They should all be in combat.
Yeah, of course. Is there an Exarch in there still?
Yep.
How many wounds?
3 on all the Exarchs.
3 on all the Exarch. Okay. So
Technically, you do have to go there first, but
sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 3 wounds.
2 each, 4 on the Exarch.
Okay. Same on him. So
You want to stay in your multi-damage.
yeah, I'll stay on that damage thing.
You did not charge if that changes
Oh,
anything.
yeah. Those ones don't get to be re-rolled. And 3s, no re-rolls here. 2.
5 ups, fail, and I'll auto pass.
1 dice. Okay. Okay, then over here. 4, 5. I'll spend 1 CP for 2 extra attacks.
Yep.
2 extra.
You're out of CP now, right?
Yep. And dagger.
Me too.
So that has 3 wounds, right?
Yep. The Banshees are -1 to hit. The Scorpions are not.
Okay. I won't do the. I'll do +2. I'll do 2 damage because I want to just kill her.
Okay, into the Banshees, I'm assuming?
Yep. So first the dagger hits. I'll use my reroll here. Wounds. Okay, and then the rest. So it's like he has 4 base +2 because I'm under half strength.
You're
No
-1 to
rerolls
hit.
here. 2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saves. 2 damage each.
All right, 5 ups. That'll get him.
Okay, so that'll get him. Okay.
All right, so end of my
Are
turn.
we still in combat here?
Yeah, they should be.
Okay.
So end of my turn, I get just 3 for Bell.
Yep.
Banners, I got 3 again. Scan, I got 3 again. And for units, I killed 3, which denies you your...
Yeah, because you killed 1, 2, 3 right there.
Yeah, but I think you got an extra
I got
1,
one.
so
So
you
I
will
do
get
get
grind.
grind,
Yep, but I get 3 tertiary.
Oh yeah, tertiary. So this is turn 2 or turn 3? This is
This
turn
is
3.
this is the bottom of 3.
So I killed 1, 1, and then 3.
Yep, 1, 1, 3.
Okay.
And then top of turn, you will get an 8 because he can't run away.
Yep. Okay. So that's not ideal.
And I get Strands of Fate.
Yep, you can roll your.
It's still a competitive game here.
Pass
The
over
downside is that
you.
Ynnari have bottom round 5 scoring. And I think without the Armigers helping out with fire support, this is going to be tough to squeak out of. Still all of these striking Scorpions in the Custodian deployment zone. Wonder if we could solar watch that shield captain, let him fall back in charge. Kidding.
Killing these things are low.
We do have to be on the board a little bit for Abhor the Witch here. I think hoping that maybe we can knock the Incarn down with shooting this turn, but it's so dicey, especially depending on how Strands of Fate goes. Basically going to be down to the Sagittarium Custodians plus whatever the tank can do.
So if I go 15 inches straight ahead.
Oh, I killed my own Rangers. You get an extra kill. I didn't bring my Rangers in. It's fine.
You can bring him in. I don't care. Bring him in.
Oh, yeah. That is unfortunate.
Change much.
If you want him, you're more than welcome to. But
Stuck in Strategic Reserve. The round 3 wall hits. Unfortunately, they die. I think they die at the end of round 3, though, so it doesn't change the scoring. And actually, it may honestly be beneficial to Dan because they are no longer available to give up grind or tertiary points. They died in a turn where Dan gave up both max grind and tertiary.
I can at least put you down on an objective, maybe.
Just remember your sequencing because she can teleport.
Yeah, no, he can't fall back and shoot and charge. He can only
Okay.
fall back and charge. I need another CP for that.
So that changes him to a different doctrine, right?
Yeah.
So he
basically
loses his
changing
4
the
up.
solo watch. Yeah. Which is not an insignificant thing, but he's probably dying this turn anyway, even with a 4 up. With the question is, could I try to like plink off a character, get some more, deny the witch, or should I just deny you a 4? I don't know if that actually helps me as much. I feel like it's more valuable for me to just try to kill 2. How many wounds?
3. All the bikes with runes on them are 3 wounds.
Yeah, these guys have 5.
No, 3 wounds, 3 wounds, 3 wounds, 6 wounds.
And you have a 6-up save, so I can't.
I have
even
1
kill
save,
them.
yeah.
So like I can't even kill them, even if I wanted to. So my best bet is to kill him because he's standing out in the open, or him, and because those are my psychers.
And she's -1 to wound.
I'll just pump and 4-up invo or 5-up invo.
5 up.
Yep, now 5-up, right? I know they changed that.
She can't use fate dice though.
That is important for me to know. So and neither can he, right?
She can.
Oh, okay.
She's craft rolled, yeah.
Yeah. The Cane Sword ability only works when they're charging, right?
Yeah, he still gets full rerolls and he still does mortals on 5s. Just no fight lasts and mortals on the charge.
kill me too. It's just there's too much stuff on the board still, unfortunately for me. I think that I try to get the points over here because this is just this is the most.
Yeah, they're
guaranteed
pretty
points.
soft.
It's the softest.
These 2 models, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's already contesting. I can tear down banners and stuff like that. So
Yep.
we'll do that. Okay. So we'll shoot over here. I am spending that CP with a fallback and charge.
Yep.
I'm just gonna roll all these dice together. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So 5, 6, 7, 8.
Actually, can you do it one at a time? Because I could pull out of combat.
Oh, that would be.
I don't know that I will.
Yeah. That
So
would
which
be
one
my
first?
favorite. I'll shoot the far one, the close one first.
Okay.
Yeah. 4s. This is the small guns. 1 wound.
Good.
Okay. And then 2d3, 3, 6.
I'm making you roll it slow. Leave it on me.
6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. 4s. 3, 4, 5. 5.
5 ups. Kill 4. This is the multi-damage one, right? I already killed her
Yeah,
anyway.
not that it really matters, but yes. But yeah, like this one is shot, so if you pull out.
You're gonna kill them all. So I'm gonna just make sure you're not shooting my yin card.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. All right, 4 nice shots now. 1.
R.I.P. Harlequins. Getting auto cannon to death over here.
5, 6, 7.
Interesting that it's it's a random shot weapon without the blast keyword. Helverins are a bizarre crew.
5 ups. You kill her.
It's kind of blast adjacent, I guess.
Can't be engaged, right?
Can I escape that? What's his range? No, I can't escape, so I'll just eat it.
Okay. All right, and so then shooting.
Yep.
There's no other real targets. Oh, actually, I could shoot these guys.
Yeah, because you're touching,
Yeah.
and they are
I'm gonna shoot
psychics.
the big guys first, okay? So they're big guns.
This is these guys.
Yep.
-1 for the forest.
Yep. They say on 3s anyway.
Okay.
So 1 reroll. Nope. Does not wound. And then 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6.
Ooh, we're gambling the Sagittarium over here. They don't have really any other good shots. Unfortunately, they have a lot of pretty solid attacks, but only strength 5 is not the greatest thing in the world.
1 damage.
Fails. So down to 7.
7. Okay. I'm not gonna kill him.
Almost bracketed.
Did you want to stay in combat there?
You strike first, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. So then,
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, no, I want to hold the objective. Sorry.
That's what I
just
figured.
totally forgot about that guy. Yeah, he's not
No
staying in
problem.
combat.
They can't HI or anything.
I think I try to kill this unit.
Could
That,
probably try and kill both.
yeah.
No, they can use fate dice, so and they're 3 wounds each.
I'm going to go big guns here. I can't kill both. It's not going to be able to kill both, frankly. So, big guns here, small guns here. Maybe
Okay.
we'll plink one off.
Sure.
It's not ideal, but
It is only
no, I
2
can
warlocks now.
kill some of these guys.
That's fair. So little guns at the Scorps.
Yeah. They don't have a heroic intervention, right? Nope. Okay.
And again, those scorpions represent 3 points on behind enemy lines for Dan.
All in on her.
Yeah, let's just make sure we kill her.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is
Looks like the scorpions will remain.
to hit, but you're -1 to wound.
4. No, 3s. So
It's strength 6.
yeah.
So 3. That's fine.
Yeah.
3 5 ups. She makes 2.
Okay,
So she takes
so
1.
big guns. Both hit.
Both wound. These are the big ones.
Yeah, these are the big shots.
5 up. It's D3 plus 3, so she's dead.
Hey, and there is the abhor kill on the scoreboard.
Okay,
So
then I'll
that's
just charge over there.
2 units. Yep.
Barely with that
Oh,
3.
you make it.
And I'll just like kind of pile in farther away. Make it
Yep.
so that you have to decide what you want to do.
Battle of the bikes on the back objective
And
here.
he goes first because that's the only one.
Alright, you want me to roll this or?
Yeah.
I will. That's fine.
It's on my time. That's fine.
Put on mine.
What's his AP?
AP3. So 1, 2.
Does he wound on 2s?
Yeah, he's +1 to wound
Okay.
strength 7.
So 5 saves. AP3, so 6 ups. Here's the first 4. Okay, you got him.
Okay.
That would have been insane if they'd survived
Okay,
that.
so you take down my banner.
Yep.
So scoring, you killed 2 units, 3 units. And then you got 1 banner, and you get 3 abhor.
I actually get a CP with grind for killing one of your units by halberds.
At the end of the battle round.
Oh, it's ended now. Okay, fair enough.
And then for my turn, I have 3 and you have 3, so I get an 8. And I get 2 banners up to 8.
I have now killed 3 units this turn,
Yep.
so I will get 3 for that as well.
And I think it's time for her to show off her knight slaying
Oh
skills.
yeah, like I might even. Yeah, once she down to 7,
7.
the worst in Overwatch, and just gonna hope for the best.
Oh, cheeky Overwatch could mid bracket her. Incarn would, I believe, lose an
I'm
attack.
probably gonna have him wander over this way. If
Yeah,
that's okay.
that's
Just so
fine.
you have to like decide who you're gonna fight.
Incarn is
Health, right?
very good at knocking down armigers, though. Turns out winning on 3s and just punching through all your saves is pretty good.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go here and touch the objective
Got it.
so I can do my action.
Yep.
Because I steal it.
Yep. Understandably. Oh.
These guys are going to tuck in. And we'll do psychic. I will start over here. He will do +1 CP. 8. I go up to 2. Actually 3, because I get 1 for turn. And you get 1 for turn. And then he's going to do a smite. A 4.
That will not do it.
You have 2 wounds.
Ah.
I'm going to CP reroll. Nope, fail.
Oh my god.
So
Trying to
fail,
squeak these
he's
last couple
done.
damage through
Over
here.
We will do a
The,
jinx.
the scary part is that guy was only on his superior creation save. He loses his 4+ damage ignore for becoming Solar Watch with a Steamed Amalgam, at least until next turn. So those mortal wounds would have been really good, but not if you don't get them off.
Goes off. So this guy, 1 mortal. This guy, 3 mortals.
Do you mind just putting dice? for
Yeah,
the
I got
damage
you.
they
Just
take?
1 and
Yeah.
3.
Cool. They have 12 wounds to start.
Yep. And then she'll do a smite. That goes off. 1 more.
Goes to whichever one you think is closest, or want to be closest.
Yeah. That's psychic. Shooting. Scorpions, all their pistols at the 1 health Terminator.
Okay.
4 shots. You didn't kill any of me, so just 2 hits. 1 AP1.
Good cover.
Yeah. Farseer will shoot his mortal pistol at the guy. All hit.
All right, Bow of Kurnos, what do you got, buddy?
So that's 3 mortal wounds. I'm going to do 5 mortal wounds.
Oh my god.
6s are 2. A wound is a mortal.
That
So
Bow
there's
of
5 mortals,
Kurnos
nothing
is so
else. On your
sick.
normal feel no pain.
He actually only has 6 up because he's Solar Watch.
He has a 5 up normal pain, feel no pain, right?
Yes.
Doesn't
but
matter.
He's dead.
And that does it.
And a battle focus.
What a sick relic that is. That combination is insane.
Okay. The Shining Spears will shoot all their guns at your Terminator. I guess the Lance has to go into the tank because it's only 6 inch, so Lance at the tank will hit.
Cool.
Will not wound.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a
Little gun at the Terminator.
I think we forgot to roll out our Scry this turn.
The Shining Spears.
Oh, Shining Spears. Got it, yeah.
Nothing. And the Shuriken Cannon. Still hitting on 2s. 2 AP1. And 2 damage.
Do I CP reroll this? Is this useful to me?
I still have a Warlock to shoot, and I have my charges.
And you what?
I have my Warlock to shoot, and I have the charges that probably
Yeah,
pick
I'll
them
do
up.
it. I'll CP reroll it.
Okay.
It'll make you have to charge.
Yeah, it turns out you don't really need Hail of Doom when you get mortal wound 6s, or you get 6s from Strands of Fate. And if you just roll some naturally, that also works too.
This guy, 2, nothing. All right, charges. So Scorpions into both.
Appreciate you guys hanging out. Thanks everyone coming and watching. Hope everyone's having a good weekend and enjoying the games.
1 AP1.
Oh my gosh, no!
All right, Scorpions into the tank. You want Overwatch?
No, okay.
Yeah, he moved the Warlock up to scry the objective here with the Caladius on it, and I don't know if he rolled it out.
Actually, I don't think he advanced, but he doesn't want to fight you. He has better things to do.
Oh, okay.
4 up
he
for
was
the...
-1 to shoot then.
Huh?
He was -1 to shoot if he advanced. Oh,
Battle focus ignores it.
Oh, of course, yeah.
4 up to do mortals. Nope.
Not today.
And you used your CP, so Ynnari into both.
Yeah. I don't think I would have rolling on.
Go get them, Armiger. Go get those Armigers.
So here first. So one guy's down 4. So
Maybe
one
the
guy's 8,
Armigers
one
will
guy's
survive
at
and kill the
9.
Incarn. That would be cool.
You got it.
So we'll do...
Probably just split it even, right? So you have 6 attacks?
Yeah, 3 and...
I haven't bracketed you yet, so yes.
Yeah, 3 and 3.
Yeah, 6.
So into the more wounded one first.
Sure.
We'll do the more wounded one first. I'll CP reroll. All right, 3 hits. I need 3s to wound. 2 AP 4, no invulns, min 4 each.
Yep, so down
That
again.
pops him.
Keep the blows. Oh,
Nope.
no. You know what I should say?
Into the other guy. 3 hits. 3s again. Ooh, just 1. He's gonna live.
Okay.
So
He's gonna live.
damage is 6.
So 6
So he's taken 9.
down to
So
3.
now he has
Just leave
3
the 3
left.
All
And
right.
this guy's gone.
Okay. Interesting. He survived.
Oh, he did roll chat? Yeah, I might have literally just missed it.
And we'll base you for now. That might change. All right, over here. Oh,
That's my bad if that's the case.
We'll do the Shining Spears first. Here's the Lance on 2s. Strength 6, so 5s. Nothing. And then the Exarch. 2s. 5s re-rolling. 4 AP 4 and 4 mortals.
AP4. All go through.
And then 4
And then
mortals.
the mortals. 4 ups. Oops. I'll roll them in the box. So that's 3 plus 4 is 7. So down to 5.
Okay. Striking
No, 7. Down to 6.
Okay. Striking Scorpions.
They have 14 wounds, and you did 7. So
Okay.
it's at 7.
So Exarch is going to get 1 auto hit. Which is doubled,
these
and then
Shining
the rest.
Spears late games are in the late game are such an incredible powerhouse.
8 AP3 then, right?
Yeah, so it's on your invuln.
They just become this this mop-up unit that rolls around the board and clears things out. They're so sick.
Yeah. Right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep. See she blows. Nope.
Wow,
Okay.
and there goes the second Palladius.
I think that's it. Right?
Yeah, she's going to stay.
Yep. Okay. So you killed 1.
The one thing I do want to do is they're just going to pile to get Bell. They'll have to leave the objective, but
Will you be able to pile all the way there?
yeah,
To be completely in my objective with the back guy?
they don't want to be on the objective. They don't want to get behind
No,
everyone.
but like where you were you able to move that way? Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter.
okay. I think I could have done it with the first 3.
Yeah, exactly.
but
That's why you could have just done it differently. So, yeah.
thank you. That's going to be everything.
Cool.
So-
my turn is quick. I'm just gonna try
I
to
killed-
get my 4. And my
I killed 3 for the tertiary, and enough to deny you grind.
Because I only did 1.
You got 3.
Did I get 3?
You killed her. You killed the Harlequins, and you killed this thing. Bikes, Harlequins, and the Shadow Seer on your turn.
Okay. So I
And
did
I
get
killed
3.
3 on my turn. So I shut down.
So I think that is an insurmountable lead here. Only 4 points on primary for the Custodes. Yeah, they only have 4 models left, so I think this is the writing's on the wall here. They get a banner raised, and I think we're probably just gonna see if maybe we can kill one more Psyker. The Warlock is now out in the open, so could try to pick that up for Abhor the Witch. And maybe keep the Armiger Helvrin in melee and just try to shoot the Incarn to death. That's the highest upside play, even though it's very unlikely.
You
got 3.
3. And then the question is, do I try to kill the Incarn?
Yeah, Dan is extremely good with Ynnari. I think close to, if not the best Ynnari player in the world. It's certainly close.
Trying to see if there's any other points I can bleed.
Yeah, I think Dan is certainly favorite to win the event here. Now, we did have another report from another top 8 game, Iron Hands versus Orcs. It was a 5-point differential, but it was Ian Power, the Orc player that we watched yesterday play, with an unpainted army, and he actually lost because the game was close enough that he lost because he didn't get the 10 bonus points for painting. So the painted Iron Hands army defeated him. So currently, Orcs and Iron Hands advancing. Looks like Ynnari will advance, and then it's going to be a question whether or not it's Necrons or Sororitas. I'm going to go take a look at that game, actually.
Shoot him anyway, right?
Yep.
They'll probably shoot both guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll probably shoot both guns, so I'll advance them anyway.
Okay.
So they'll just get so that they're within the short range of the gun. Actually, I might not. I don't know. Where were they? They were like 6. I think I could go like 7 inches in.
That's fine.
We'll say one guy will be in range.
Does -1 to hit do anything?
It's -1 hit anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm shooting both profiles.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I want to stay out of there so that you'll have to kill me on my turn.
Yep.
And then we'll just shoot. So one big gun. Hits. Wounds.
What's the damage?
3.
Auto pass with the fate dice.
So just took a look at the Necron and Sororitas table. I don't know what the score is, but based on the game state, Necrons are sort of flooding the board. They have a warrior unit and swarms of destroyers up in the center of the table, and Sororitas look like they have mostly been killed. So we'll have to get confirmation, because Sororitas secondaries are obviously very strong, and they could be just holding back to get passive scores. But it does look like Necrons may be advancing as the other undefeated player.
So I just do need to roll that to see if I get the points.
And there's the
Be
fist
good
bump
perils
for
and
the
die.
final.
I need to finish Scry.
Didn't you? Oh, sure. Yeah, do what you gotta do.
So-
And you already maxed out primary, so I don't think that
Yeah.
matters.
So
right?
he goes here.
You max out primary, so killing stuff doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, because I'm going to get a 12
Yeah,
on
you're gonna
bottom.
get a 45 on that. Behind enemy lines, you're gonna have a 4.
I'm gonna get 4 more.
3, 4, 4, which is 16.
14.
14.
And then I should be able to actually
Your
banners.
can you
So
raise a
these
banner
guys
here?
can raise here.
So you'll raise here.
Yep.
So you'll have.
So
you
I get 2 this turn,
You get 2 this turn.
up to
So you went 2.
10.
Wait, what did you get? So you had 3.
I'm an 8. I did 3, 3, 2.
Yeah, 3, 3, 3, because I took down that one.
Yep. And then I'm going to get 2 on bottom of 5.
You got 2 on 5, and then 3
And
on
then 3,
end.
so go up to 13, because, yeah, I'm out of infantry.
13,
So.
yep. And then scry, you roll your dice.
4 up, we do it.
Good talk. So that's a 15.
Yep, so 15, 13, 14.
So you only dropped 3. So you're not. I got you at
1, 2,
97.
3. Yeah.
Okay, and then
I have you at 3 for a board.
I got 4 on the last turn on primary, right?
4 primary.
And then 1
yes.
on banners.
Yep, up to 7.
Do you want to move on to my objective?
No,
Okay, so then I will get 7 total.
7 on banners, yeah.
And then the Abhor the Witch, how many did I kill? Only 1,
Just
right?
1, just the Shadow Seer.
Just the Shadow Seer. Couldn't get the job done there. So
I have you at 6 on grind, because you didn't kill anything on the last turn and you missed it 2 other turns.
So I've got myself 13, 16 for secondaries.
So that looks like it's going to be our final score here, chats. Congratulations to Dan getting out of here undefeated going into the finals game. We're going to go to a lunch break here momentarily. I may, once the final round pairings go up, I think I'm going to try to prioritize players we haven't gotten on stream yet in the finals. There are 2 players that we haven't watched yet, so hopefully they get paired and we can watch both of them. That'd be cool. So we should be back here in about 40 minutes, it looks like, for the finals game. But thanks everyone for hanging out and giving me their time. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage so far.
More trash, you know, because especially on this mission, you have to hold these with your banners, and I just out-threaten you. You can't charge me, I can charge you.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to be hopping off momentarily here. I will post up the next pairing as soon as I have it. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and I'll be back in a bit. Okay, everybody. We have about 20 minutes left before the next round begins. The players are, we had a bit of an upset in the last final table. The two players actually tied. It looked like one of them had won, and then they realized that the score was incorrect, and they fixed it. It actually ended up drawing. So, we have two options. I was gonna stream the table upon which are playing players that we haven't seen before. So we have Alex Ng playing Adeptus Sororitas versus Casey Glenn playing Iron Hands. Two not only players but also factions we haven't seen this weekend. But Alex is X-0-1, 3-0-1 currently because he has a draw on his record. Casey is undefeated with Iron Hands. The other table at the top here is Tyler Russo playing Oryx versus Daniel Wolmuth playing Ynnari. So Dan, this would be Dan's third game on stream. If y'all decide to watch him play with Ynnari once again, and obviously we saw Oryx play yesterday. So I put it up to a poll. It's up to the viewers in chat what they want to see. But it is it's your choice whether you want to see some new factions on here or the tried and true Ynnari win out one more time. Up to you all. And again, we're going to have about 20 minutes just about until the next round begins. All right, folks. I'm gonna leave the poll up for about 2 more minutes, so I give the players time to congregate to their tables. Looks like Iron Hands are winning it, definitively. So we'll probably get some Iron Hands on stream. Oh yeah, look at all these Iron Hands fans in chat. All right, cool. So if anybody has any dissenting opinions, drop them in the poll right now, because otherwise it will be table 2. chat. I apologize for the delay. Just trouble shooting some audio problems here. But we are about to get started with the final game from CaptainCon 2023. Let's get some hypes in chat because here we go. What's up, folks? Welcome back to CaptainCon 2023 live coverage. We are live with the final game. This is going to be Iron Hands versus Adeptus Sororitas. Our score sheet hasn't been updated. One moment. Thanks, everyone, for coming and hanging out. We've had some insane games of 40k this weekend and culminating in what will be, I think, a pretty interesting one. We had a little bit of a mix-up or an interesting last round. Obviously, we saw Dan Wilmuth move forward in his game against Adeptus Custodes. Able to take that one down pretty convincingly in those last couple of turns. But things have the other final games were really interesting. We Tyler Russo, excuse me, move on against Cullen Burns playing Leagues of Votan. He was able to, despite the fact that Cullen blew up a a bunch of vehicles in the center of the table, destroyed a lot of Tyler's army. He was able to come back for a pretty convincing win. The other finals game that we didn't have on stream was Alex's game against Necrons. Actually came down to a draw. Casey was able to get in beating Orcs in the semifinal round against Ian Powers that we watched play yesterday. Ian actually, the game was close enough that Ian was playing without the points for painted. And actually ended up losing him the game. Otherwise, we could have seen Orcs in both final matches, but they did not progress. Instead, the Iron Hands took it down. In our other final game, the score was so close, it ended up being calculated a draw, and then after some recalculations, it looked like there might have been a single winner, and then it ended up reverting back to a draw again. So after a roller coaster ride of emotions, we had Alex moving forward, unfortunately with a draw on his record, but still the top placing player, even with that had a draw on their record, which means that he was paired against the lowest placing undefeated player, which is Casey here. The pairings are just available on Best Coast pairings. You can find the event. It's the CaptainCon Warhammer 40k tournament. If you want to see the full event information. But we have players deploying right now. Now we do have some special event rules. This is pretty common for U.S. Open layout terrain. For the fortifications here, we have a Battle Sanctum in Alex Ing's list. The Battle Sanctum is able to be placed within 3 inches of terrain, but not within 3 inches of the vertical elements of terrain. So it only counts, and this is also a New England tournament circuit ruling as well. So it can be placed near the ruin bases, but the walls of the ruins will prevent it from sitting down. Do I stream GTs often? It depends on which GTs are going on. This year, I think I'm going to be doing quite a bit of it. I have a couple GTs who have asked me to come down and stream that are on my docket. So I hope to be doing more. Theoretically, at one point last year, I was streaming about a GT a month, which is a pretty reasonable volume. But we had a couple cancellations, unfortunately, so I wasn't quite able to get all of them. All right, chat. As the players are completing their deployment, we'll go ahead and talk about the lists, exclamation point lists, if you want to take a look at them yourself. Over here in Casey's army, he's playing Iron Hands. His detachment is including a lieutenant and a tech marine, pretty classic. Rites of War on the lieutenant, but no Fox of Spiritum, which is usually the combo we see there to increase the aura of his Rites of War aura and his rerolls aura. We also have a Primaris tech marine, who is the warlord, taking target protocols to give a unit a floating reroll hit, wound, and damage in the shooting phase. 2 infiltrator squads, mostly to screen out enemy deep strikers. They also, being troops, they can lock in objectives for Space Marines thanks to the new data slate update, and are just generally useful to have around. 1 Redemptor Dreadnought, the Relic Contemptor, the Super Chad Relic Contemptor. I think if you haven't seen this thing before, you probably will be seeing it quite a bit. It has Merciless Logic thanks to March of the Ancients to make it a character, so it's eligible to receive Warlord traits. And that gives it exploding attacks on 6s. So every 6 it rolls to hit, it's going to be able to roll an additional hit roll.
The border of this box here. It's the back edge. It's a trapezoid.
We then have a scout squad. Now, this is mostly in here to unlock a land speeder storm that's also in the list, but they also get the Iron Hand Super Doctrine benefits when they are using their missile launchers and sniper rifles. You also get a Thunderhammer on the Scout Sergeant for free for whatever reason, so he's actually kind of slaps in melee, like low-key. We have 2 Land Speeder Tornadoes and Multi-Meltas and Assault Cannons, 2 Grab Melta Devastator Squads, so a combination of Melta Guns, Multi-Meltas, and Grab Cannons. That gives you the most flexibility depending on what you want to shoot at. Whether or not you want to hit something that you need the high volume attacks against, that you use the Grab Cannon on, or you need to crack a vehicle, you can then switch the Multi-Melta, pour all the buffs from the +1 to hit from the Devastator Sergeant and the Armorium Cherub for the double tap into whatever weapon profile is more relevant at the time. So you basically these guys will never have a dead drop into a particular army. You then have an Eradicator squad. Looks like a full brick of 6 Eradicators with heavy melter rifles and 2 multi-meltas. Rounding that out with 2 Gladiator Reapers and a Thunderfire cannon. Not a unit that I've seen in a really long time. Since 8th edition, I think. We also have a drop pod to be carrying those Devastators in and that Land Speeder Storm that I mentioned previously. These Gladiators, I think, are kind of the standout from Space Marines in the new format. They're just cheap enough to be able to trade relatively well, and they have a high volume of attacks, especially those Reapers, which is, with high AP, is good against a wide variety of targets in Iron Hands, since they're going to be sitting in Devastator Doctrine the whole time, and you don't really care so much that they're not core keyworded, because they're going to get reroll 1s to hit just for firing heavy weapons. Now, they are a little bit funky because only their turret weapons are heavy. Their side guns are actually effectively Primaris Hurricane Bolters, so they're a set of bolt rifles strapped to each other, so they benefit from Tactical Doctrine, but you're still going to be getting the +1 AP on the ridiculous number, I think 16 shots from their turret-mounted Onslaught Gatling cannons. Or is it 24? Is it 24 shots? Are they heavy onslaughts? Moving on to... I did a whole video about Gladiators. Why would I forget that? That's embarrassing, chat. Looks like we're rolling to go first. Is it a tie?
I guess I'm going first. Yep.
And there is Sisters winning it. Doesn't sound like Alex is particularly excited about that. Definitely, especially when you have such passive secondaries like we do with the Adeptus Sororitas.
And these are an inch behind the wall?
Going second is much better because you can play passively and then you can sort of fall. If your opponent gets up on primary, you can fall back on your bottom round 5 scoring to kind of make up the difference. So it looks like at the top of the first turn here, we're going to be pregame moving that Rhino using the Bloody Rose supplement stratagem.
You did say 24 inches, but yep, you're good on the pregame move, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Pre-game move is 21 plus. Yeah, the Repentia themselves, max move out of the Rhino is 24 inches.
You're good.
Third range is 24 inches.
Pregame moves, how much?
12. About the center.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a conservative placement here from KC. He could have blocked the pregame move with his infiltrators, but in doing so, without redeploys on his own side, you just give up the infiltrators to the Sisters Army, and that feels really bad. You really want those objective secured models to be completing Ospec scans. We are on the Scouring today, so they're going to be getting... you're able to perform the action on every objective. If you complete it at the end of your turn, then you get 3 points, and you scan that objective, and you can no longer scan it. But it's a relatively easy tertiary objective if you have those kind of trash units you can throw at them. So we're throwing the Rhino up to the center. The Repentia are going to be able to disembark. And then if we get good Miracle Dice, get a big charge. Now, unfortunately, they don't have any... they're not going to have any command phase buffs on them, which means that these Repentia are not going to hit quite as hard as sort of you would normally expect, where they would be getting the benefits from Sister Superiors or Repentia Superiors, as well as Morven Fall. But Repentia don't really need that, especially if we choose the Passion as their Sacred Rite. That is going to give you exploding 6s to hit, and with full rerolls, thanks to Zealot, they get a lot of opportunity to trigger those exploding 6s. Now, talking about the Sisters list generally, this is a Bloody Rose list, as we just mentioned. It is bringing that Repentia Superior alongside alongside Celestine and Morven Ball, the two Soul Sisters back here, the two special characters for Adeptus Sororitas. 1 unit of 6 Celestian Sacrosancts, a unit of 2 Crusaders, and a Dogmata with Chorus of Spiritual Fortitude. So we'll make the models in the army more resilient against, or immune to psychic powers. Not super relevant in this case, because we don't have any psychic powers on the other side, but she does grant objective secured to units, which will certainly help. 2 units of 8 Sisters Repentia and a unit of 7. Looks like we have one of those 8 have just disembarked the Rhino in the center there, and the Rhino's just scooted back. Could even have left the Rhino there to strategic scan the center objective, which is kind of cute, but it would just be killed for Osa moment points from the Marines, so I don't think that's not really necessary. We then also have 3 Zephyrim squads, 2 of 8 and 1 of 4, with Zephyrim Penance on the larger squads. 3 Retributor squads, entirely with Multi-Meltas and Armorium Cherubs, the Rhino, and then the Battle Sanctum. Now, the Battle Sanctum unlocks an action that the Sororitas units can do to generate additional Miracle Dice. So what we're trying to do here is basically try to get as many Miracle Dice as possible through whatever sources are available. And use essentially fish for high numbers in order to score Leap of Faith. So Leap of Faith no longer requires interaction from the Sisters player on the other player, because you don't need to have to spend the Miracle Dice. Previously in the Nephilim season, Leap of Faith scored points based on the number of Miracle Dice you spent every turn. But now in Arcs of Omen, it's been entirely reworked, where it is now a new outlet to spend Miracle Dice, separate from performing Acts of Faith. But if you spend Miracle Dice of higher numbers, then you're going to be scoring higher automatically. So you spend them at the end of each battle round. You can discard 1 die from your pool. You get 3 victory points if you get if you have a 6. A 4+ is 2 victory points, and a 1, 2, or 3 is 1 victory point. So if you, it maxes at 12 points. So if you get 4 6s by generating a bunch of Miracle Dice and spend those all over the course of the game, you will just max it out. Does the Sanctum have the big angel inside? I don't think it does, chat. No big angel. The Battle Sanctum is sort of a... It's kind of a can of worms when it comes down to its model composition. Because it doesn't actually tell you like where the angel is supposed to be placed. Whether it goes on top or outside of it, or it's like separates into two things. Nobody really knows. It's never really
The
elucidated.
Helix Con on the first one. Field Pains on the next one. Saved it. So 1 wound.
So trying to deal some damage here to the infiltrators in the back with Morven Ball. She is a sub 10 wound character, so she's character protected by the models in the building.
4 ups. Saved all of them.
Sweet.
Stephen Noble asked you about the Crusaders and Sisters lists. Yeah, they've always been kind of a staple of Sisters. We call it the Cyberwolf effect. When you have access to a cheap, low model count unit that's independent from other units, it's almost always worth taking. Just because having a unit in 40k is almost always valuable. They can hold an objective, they can perform actions, they can screen deep strikers. They're just extremely useful. And the best example of that is Cyberwolves, which are a single model 15-point unit for Space Wolves. But Crusaders are 2 models for 22 points. The conversion rate isn't quite as good, but it's basically the same.
You're on this one.
Yep.
So here comes a Repentia charge.
Yep.
Looks like trying to get into the land speeders. So might be able to clip out the speeders here and I guess engage the eradicators. And this is a pretty solid trade for Alex. We do have a bunch of Space Marine secondaries on the Space Marine side.
Yeah.
Big banner energy for Crusaders, yeah, for sure.
Well, we want to. Yeah. There's literally several pictures of wherever it wants to go. Like it could stand right there. If we want. I just take it off because someone's got a loose eye.
Yeah, I had to make a ruling for the banner for my events because it's never explained where it's supposed to be placed. Did they really?
4, 2, and 2.
They were talking about it in chat, yeah.
Yeah, on the big guys.
Six is to wound. What's it called? 3 damage.
One CB for you.
So it's anytime in the what's it called? So I think technically you let me go before
Yep.
you decide if you want to.
Yep. So that's why why I did it. So
And then we do 6. Okay. If that changes anything, let me know.
good. Because you'd be winning me on 2s regardless, right?
No.
Good. Good.
So I think we're considering stratagem spends here for the for the Repentia. Looks like Alex's microphone isn't picking up very clearly. Let's see if I can fix that.
Hitting on 2s there. You had 1, 2 extra.
Yeah, the one initial hit, so 5 hits. I missed with so 2 minus 4.
Goes through.
This is 3 damage. This is 2 damage.
6 ups. Big done. Good.
So 5. And this one, same thing. Zealot. So that's 2 additional hits, 3 additional hits. 3s on them. 2.
AB 4.
Yep. 4 damage.
3 damage.
3. And then 4 guys into the eradicators. Four to hit. Zealot. 3 additional hits. 4s.
Yep.
So 2, 4, 6 normal, and then 3, 2 and 18 for 3 damage.
Fives here. Take 1. 1 wound. Kills 1. And that's 2 so far, right?
So you rolled 2.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's two so far. Yep. You don't get 6, right?
Nope.
Yep.
Goes through.
2 damage goes through.
That's how much so far? Yep, so that's the 4 there, and then 5 up and a 5 up here. That's good. One guy shoots there. So another guy. Another guy, and then 5 up. 7. First one. One wound. No AP. Kills it. Two wounds. Threes.
Oh, yeah. So it looks like
3
a
for each of
couple
the
of
guys and the sergeant.
Eradicators are down. Neither of the land speeders actually died. They saved out with the Iron Hands 6 up ignore. That is mighty lucky for them.
No, feel no pain, right?
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a danger of swinging into those 4+ weapon scale. The Repentia give themselves -1 to hit with those big eviscerators, so they're relying on the rerolls. But if they don't get it, things can go poorly. Plus, I guess also winning on 4s because they'll only be strength 6.
Because you lost, you only saved 2 in the last one. Killed one, and then killed 2, I believe.
So I killed 1.
So you rolled.
I still, so I have 5 there, so I lost 3.
Good.
So I need a 60 there. 1, and then I'm at
Yep, so 1s and 2s.
and you leave 9? On
Lead
the
9,
subject?
yep.
Gotcha.
Don't think I can fail, but
Yep.
good. Up to 1 CP for myself. Up
Yep.
to 1 for you.
Yep. And I got 3 on Defend the Shrine.
Yep.
And Miracle Dice at the beginning of your turn. Is it 3?
So not quite the back-breaking alpha it could have been, but killing a bunch of Eradicators there is super useful. And on those Repentia as well are most likely just going to get shot to death here for Codex Warfare points, which is going to generate Alex some Miracle Dice, which he can then use to fuel his Loop of Faith. So even though the Repentia are still trading pretty evenly because they've done probably about as much work as their points value allows, but Alex is still fine with letting them go.
Nothing in the Rhino, right?
Screening out here with these infiltrators. A big benefit of these infiltrators being able to screen out strategic reserves is huge. especially given now that we have these free strategic reserves. Oftentimes we're seeing armigers inside these Imperialists, which have turn 1 strategic reserve, the ability to turn 1 strategic reserve. So just having these infiltrators able to screen out large swaths of table with their Omni Scramblers is enormous. I'm interested to see this little guy in the back. Here's my our little friendly Thunderfire cannon. Chilling in the background there. We do get a Tech Marine on that Thunderfire cannon, so he's going to be able to repair some people. And then it looks like Ironfather Fieros is playing the part of a Primaris Tech Marine today. So he's also going to be able to repair those land speeders. So despite the fact that they got alpha a little bit, it's going to work out pretty well for Casey. And he does have the land speeder storm in the center of the table. Looks like it still has scouts in it. So that's going to be a little painful for the sisters to remove. They can probably knock it down with multi-meltas and then clear the models inside with a charge, but that is going to require them to come forward, which is basically all that the Iron Hands want them to do. As long as the Iron Hands can withstand the onslaught, they can continue to sweep everything in the center of the table dead, and then rely on their bottom round 5 scoring with those dreadnoughts and land speeders to.
No, that's heavy weapons and moving, I think. Well, you can look at the Iron Hands one.
If it's not, then do you mind if I do the buff to him?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
But double check so you actually know what we're doing here.
Yep. You have my book.
I think we just ignore moving and shooting with the Iron Hand Super Doctrine there.
I'll look it up. You look it up.
Yeah, the shock tactics would have been big. Plus, it is a vehicle, so if Casey killed the Rhino in the middle, he would have scored on that as well. So it's like a 3-point primary gain if that Rhino stays in the middle and scans, but you lose like 5 points in response. And I guess also you give up a kill for Codex Warfare. So that Rhino's worth like 7 points if Casey kills it right there, which is not great. Yeah, scan goes to end of turn. The tertiary is much easier now. You just have to have no enemy models on it, so it can be contested. Yeah, we can scan the center with the land speeder. That's pretty decent. But I don't know if it would have been. I don't think it would have been worth the trade at all, to be fair.
I think I take that. I'm going to go into combat with you. No shock assault this time. Leave 3, 3, and 4 on the sergeant. No one's charged. I'm going to charge with the speeder that's out of range here, or out of combat now.
So one Repentia is still alive after the shooting from the land speeders that were engaged. We can't see it with any more shots, so we're not going to kill it for Codex Warfare. So no Codex Warfare getting ticked up this turn. And the speeder flub, so the Repentia will get to swing back. Oh, this unit's been a little bit more annoying. CP re-rolling the kill here.
Good. Do I get first activation of non-charger?
No, I do. Defender goes first.
Good.
Here comes the Repentia.
3 hits. 2 wounds.
On what?
Minus 3, so you get a 6.
Yep. On what?
On unit with.
Damage 2.
All right, Eradicators, what do you got? Stay strong, buddies. Looks like two wounds going through on them.
Second one. Third one.
Oh, all three went
Go
through.
through.
That's 2 guys.
Sergeant left.
Gotcha.
Must have had a floating wound over there.
I already minus one because he didn't charge me.
So 5 Eradicators ended up getting killed by their Repentia. And she goes down to the Eradicator Sergeant. All right, we finally got her. I think that that charge didn't look like it was that exciting, but they ended up being more of a nuisance than they were worth. So that certainly worked out for Alex. Killing 5 Eradicators always feels good.
Controlled this at the beginning of your, I believe, right? Nope. Didn't you run over here with the Rhino?
But is the beginning of my turn?
Yep. So I think you control it at the start of your command.
No, it's the start of the turn, not not your opponent's turn. That would be a weird secondary. That would be very difficult to keep track of it if it checks back a full battle round. This is Casey's first tournament playing Space Marines as well. So I don't think he's been super up on the nuances of those secondaries.
Yep.
I was thinking in melee did score that point on Oaths because the land speeders just shot themselves out of melee instead of falling back. So Alex wasn't quite able to deny that.
Plus, yep.
Yeah, so I 3, 2, yeah. Leap of faith for 2.
Yep.
Defend the shrine for 3.
Yep.
You have Codex War for 3.
Yep.
We both gain a CP, so you're up to 2, I'm up to 2. I control 2.
Yep.
I get 2 on banner.
Yep.
I started the I finished the
That
action
was a
with Rhino.
3 on leap there.
Yep.
Getting some audio interference, chat, so I apologize that the mics are pretty quiet. It seems like this time of day they have a little bit of trouble. This is Iron Hands, chat. Exclamation point lists in chat if you want to take a look at the lists. Yeah, so no Codex Warfare this turn. No Shock Tactics this turn either. You have to have killed that Repentia unit with the shooting from the land speeders for that to make a difference. Oh, he got a 4 for Leap of Faith? Sorry, I missed it, chat.
Miracle dice this phase. Obsec on this unit. We need advantage charge on that unit.
I thought he said he... Yeah. I heard a 4 with Leap of Faith. And that makes sense that it would be a 2 victory points. I don't know what else I could have taken away from that, now that I think about it.
Them dying.
I was like, oh, he got 4 points, but you can only score 3s, so it must be 3. But he was using a 4.
Leap of faith, re-roll that. You do a 3.
It looks gorgeous, Sister's Army, by the way, chat. This Battle Sanctum looks amazing. It has this object source lighting on the inset pieces, sort of braziers and things. So this whole army is actually incredibly good looking. So we do tick up banners as well for Alex. This is going to be a
Within 12 of these, I can't land.
little bit of a passive game from these players.
I can land within 12 of them.
It is putting Casey in an awkward position because he has good screening. Casey's defensive positioning right here is almost perfect. He has the Omni Scramblers from the Infiltrators protecting him on this side, on the top and bottom, and down to the back of his deployment zone. And then also he has the Land Speeder Storm in the middle, which only has a 9-inch restriction zone, but is still going to protect the meat of the Iron Hands army. Now, the downside there is that Casey's not really making much headway into the Sisters' army. I think he can force the Sisters to move something aggressive forward to ensure that they kill the land speeder in shooting and then clear out the models on the objective so that we don't give up a 12-point primary to Casey. That could be very bad for Alex if he allows that to happen and then gets bossed on secondary or on primary. But we could potentially just miracle a Zephyrim charge out of Deep Strike here and trade 5 Zephyrim for 5 scouts and feel pretty good about that. You lose maybe 4 points on or maybe 2 points on Codex Warfare, but prevent your opponent from getting a 12 on primary, and I think it feels pretty good. You could potentially, I think people are going to start to come out with counterplay to Codex Warfare in interesting ways. So we could see, depending on where the scouts disembark here, we could see a charge from Zephyrim off the objective so that they sort of wrap the scouts on the opposite side and prevent and restrain themselves from holding the center objective, because it doesn't do anything for them if they're about to be killed. And as soon as they hold the center objective, that gives the Space Marines the opportunity to take it and score a bunch of points. So I think that with Space Marines, having these powerful secondaries now in the Arcs of Omen format, I think that there's a lot of room to maneuver with interesting kind of play and counterplay to all of these secondary objectives. Sisters seem like they're going to be passive and just get points. Yeah, I mean, that's how they were in Warzone Nephilim, right? And the secondaries didn't really change at all. Oh, yeah, I guess... yeah, it looks like we're using this for the Battle Sanctum for the Miracle Pool. This is actually great. This is very elucidating. I love this. Kudos to Alex. All right, that makes things way easier, chat. Feels good. Yeah, but Sisters' game plan has always been very passive and very defensive. They want to jump out with their little light trading units, and they want to trade up for your combat units. They want to just sort of force you to come into them because their damage output once you get close to them is astronomically high. They can range out a little bit, but they're not resilient enough to do it consistently. So they want to be sitting back and just scoring their points.
Nope. Reload.
It's like our one of our cameras is a little pros in here, chat. See if I can fix
2
it.
hits.
Yep.
We're back in business, chats. We did it. I like the Sisters Castle. Really looks real nice with that with the Battle Sanctum in there. I think the Battle Sanctum's a good centerpiece model. Heard a lot of players say Sisters are dead in Arcs of Omen. Oh, no way. I think they've just changed a little bit. They can't sort of do their thing and score. They have to build to score Leap of Faith, but if they build that way, they're going to be almost as consistent as they were. And the scouts hopping out. Looks like, oh my god, most of them died to the disembark. That's brutal.
2 wounds. AP2.
I'm in cover. They got camo cloaks, so I'm on.
4 ups.
Yep, 4 ups here. First one.
How many Chaos Space Marine players? Actually, a fair number. The most interesting list that we've seen so far has been a Chaos Space Marine list. Red Corsairs bringing all demon engines. 100% demon engines. We have some Thousand Suns in the top 8 right now.
3.
At 19th, we have Red Corsairs with Demon Engines, and I think I saw some Black Legion elsewhere.
It's one, so freeze. One. Dead. One wound or 2 wound?
Leader has 2 wounds there.
Gotcha. That's all I got.
What do you got?
So I got 3 on the defend the shrine.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Chaos Space Marine Chaos Space Marines are like quite the same powerhouse that they were. Emperor's Children seem pretty decent. But yeah, the Terminator bricks and stuff feel much worse, definitely, in Arcs of Omen.
You got me. I got your 3 as well. Your 3.
Okay.
Goes you know, as a leadership.
Yeah. These guys will be doing the scan on this objective this turn.
So you get 3 on strategic as well.
Yep. Is this 2 retributors here?
Nope. Well, it's 2 retributors there, but it's 1 retributor squad.
On to the board. Sorry, computer dreadnought.
They didn't have to expose much this turn to get the kill on the land speeder. It looks like most of the retributors can sort of peek from out. Although we do have a shot onto these 2 models that have fired in the center, so we may be able to squeak that if the Relic Contemptor goes over here. I think we're generating our miracle dice for the start of turn there.
Where's all your Repentia?
So if it doesn't
I'm going back. I was gonna go something like that for 10.
yeah, so the back ends right there.
Not worth it. All right. Tech Marine.
So it looks like we can peek the shot through. That Relic Contemptor is only AP1, but it doesn't have to contend with Armor of Contempt anymore, so it's just forcing those sisters on a 3+ save. And it fires so many times. I believe that this is only a 5-model Retributor squad, right? On the end there? Yeah, those are their multi-multi models. So that actually has a pretty good chance of just peeling that squad. So I'll knock out a couple of the heavy weapons, get some points on Codex Warfare. And feel pretty good about itself, I think.
It's like a healed one. I grab that Tech Marine board.
Tech Marine's going for a ride here. Just gonna barrel a monkeys this this Iron Hands list together. It all chains up. So that is gonna be another 2 points on Codex Warfare, and this is the real benefit of going second here for Space Marines. It's interesting how powerful a lot of these secondaries in Arcs of Omen are if you are the second player. Especially these Space Marine secondaries. Not only do you get the primary objective score bonus, but also these secondaries are going to tick up freely. And it's going to feel pretty good.
Well, the physical wall in the front is. With just those 2 models.
Looks like we're just getting a line of sight check onto some of the models in the back there. Yeah, I think we're trying to check to the models around the edge of the battle sanctum and seeing if there's a line of sight maybe through here. Maybe there.
Nonsense here.
So these guys, there we go. Da Vinci of our time. Gorgeous line drawing for me.
If I,
Windows, yeah. And now it's a true line of sight calls. Does he have line of sight for the Crusaders? These two?
Yep.
Yeah. From the land speeder?
Yep.
Yeah, Space Marines doing Space Marines. Yeah, these land speeders are so strong, chat. Especially, I mean, honestly, in every chapter, the land speeders I think are going to be pretty widely played. But in Iron Hands especially, we get the
yeah, you want,
we get the double heavy weapons on the land speeder tornadoes. You get the rerolls, the benefits from heavy doctrine. You get a really good outlet for all of the maneuver secondaries, and you can use it to jump out and grab points on Codex Warfare and things. Going first is important, and also going second is important. I mean, it might be that the game ends up being, I don't want to say like well balanced, but at least there's going to be, we're moving the terrain to get that line of sight check. So basically, I think we're cutting like this line right here. Oh, that was bad. Like this. So might get a couple assault cannon shots into the back. Good old true line of sight, chat. Literally the greatest mechanic ever designed by humans. Might make a video about it this week. Solid true line of sight. Yeah, the Devastator drop is going to be a question. The grab cannons are going to be pretty strong into this matchup. The multi-melts is a little bit less so, but grab cannons will be pretty solid. Ooh, so we're going to be using the Bloody Rose stratagem to fire on death with the Retributors. So if the Relic Contemptor knocks out these true Retributors, then they will have the opportunity to potentially just kill the Land Speeder in the center. And that has the potential to deny a lot of points. Don't know if Casey was totally aware of that. Might have fired the land speeder first, just to make sure he got work out of it and potentially ticked up his Codex Warfare. That is...
everything's going into them there. Need to use the wound, yeah.
A Martyr's Duty. Oh, no, it's not. Just kidding. It's Fueled by Rage, excuse me, is the stratagem. They're so mad at you.
Yep, I'll give you for 2 more there because I picked up the rest. So you're 3 up again.
Bring back templates and scatter dice. I mean, let's be real. This makes you want a scatter, a random scatter right in here, chat, right?
3 up.
Ba-boom.
Yep.
So it looks like forced a couple saves from, is that the frag missile? Here comes the shots back.
Why did the 6? Yeah. You get to count as standing still for your thing? You move on the turn?
I didn't move in the preceding
It's fair, man. Whatever.
3? 8d4?
Go for it.
3.
Yep.
3.
Yep.
And it's 7 wounds.
6 wounds on this.
6 wounds on this one, so it's dead, and this is just extra.
Yep, good.
12.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be tough to save. That is unfortunate for Casey. Just getting his land speeder rinsed there. Oof. So we were talking about how exciting our what's the word? O's a moment was, but not if you don't tick it up.
Tactics. That one.
Do we actually remove the models here that were dead?
Right at the end of the battle round.
So ticking up another 3 on leap.
What I got you up to at the moment for all this?
So 6 in the shrine, 4 on leap with fate.
Yep.
And going into this turn, banner is going to be another 2.
Yep.
5 total on banners. That does 4 total on banners.
So part of the reason I don't think that we are pushing too hard here for Casey, I think he would like nothing more than to try to get some contestation over here with these infiltrator squads. You have to worry about Celestine. She's a very good defender of those objectives because of her big intervention aura. But you can potentially use the Rhino to kind of body block her movement. But the downside is you need those models to be screening your backlines. If you let the Zephyrim in, the Sororitas can sort of overwhelm your backline. So that was a kill on the Retributor unit, so that will score up a Codex Warfare. We're on the board for that one. No shock tactics yet, though, because the sisters just haven't pushed in the middle. I think that is kind of the trap of shock tactics, especially if you're not playing a particularly aggressive army. It's actually pretty strong if you're playing something like Blood Angels or White Scars that wants to push up across the table. But the downside of these Iron Hands lists is they really want to stay back and they want to score points for killing you. And if your opponent isn't incentivized to move to the center of the table, they will never give you that objective to take. And that was kind of a lesson that I think we learned a little bit with the Long War from Heretic Astartes, where if you played a 5-objective mission, because nobody has Stranglehold anymore, and there's no incentive to take that objective if you don't think you can hold it, most players won't move their models there to give you the option. So you need to be playing aggressively, and we're not seeing it right now. I think we're pointing it out in chat. Oh, did I tick up leap instead? Oh yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, I must have just clicked it twice. All right, I think that looks accurate. So yeah, if your opponent isn't incentivized to move forward, then because you've taken that secondary, suddenly the onus is on you. And Iron Hands isn't an army that wants to play super aggressively. Now, both of these players do have a ton of reserves in here, and this being Battle Round 3, it means that we're going to get a drop and counter drop now. Now, a huge benefit from the new updates in Arcs of Omen, thanks to that data slate update, those Iron Hands now get to count as remaining stationary, or not count as remaining stationary, ignore the penalty for moving and shooting once they disembark from a drop pod. Because it doesn't explicitly count them as remaining stationary, they're still able to do it when they disembark. Previously, you had to maybe target them with a methodical firepower, which you couldn't do if they were in a transport, since you're untargetable by stratagems while you're in a transport. So it looks like we have a Retributor squad coming out of Strategic Reserve here that is going to try to knock out this Incursor squad. That does get a little dicey if you have... if they have their defensive stratagems open, because you can give those Retributors -1 to hit, which won't matter because they're already -1. But you can also transhuman, which means they're trying to fish for 4s, which is a little bit awkward. The other benefit is that obviously we have all these Zephyrim that are about to drop in. Zephyrim and Seraphim. Let's see how many units we have sitting in the deployment zone here. It looks like 2 Zephyrim units, or all the Zephyrim units are here. I think the Seraphim are in reserve, so they're going to be dropping down. So I think we're expecting 1 more unit coming out of reserve. But then, obviously, these will just get hit by Devastator squads and picked up pretty quickly. But they are going to be able to place themselves in an aggressive position and then try to screen the counter drop from the Devastators so it doesn't hit anything besides these throwaway units that you aren't that worried about leaving up there. They will keep the objective, chat. Because it is sticky, yeah. It will remove their objective secured. The only other obsec that they'll have is the lieutenant giving it to the dreadnoughts. I don't know. We've fired this Thunderfire cannon, right? I don't know if it's done that much damage.
So what you cannot see, like at 3 in max range, and outside of 8 inches of your dreadnought can return fire.
I'm good.
Does that make sense?
So I think Sacrosants are good for non-Bloody Rose armies. I don't know, chat. They don't hit particularly hard if they're not in Bloody Rose, and that's kind of what you need them to do. You need them to attack a bunch of times and stab pretty hard, and then be relatively tanky on the kickback.
Not large enough for a drop pod. Not large enough for a drop pod.
Yeah, I'm a little curious as to why we're not maybe pushing for that Reaper. I think there's a position here.
Outside of 9, they're closer, so she won't be able to be targeted from the guys.
Where we could get within 12 of the Reaper with a strategic reserve off this table edge. The other benefit here is that these models will screen this area out from a drop pod to drop in, which means that the true line of sight blocking wall will prevent the drop pod from hitting this objective. Unless it goes into the middle, which you may want to do anyway, but even when you do that, that's such a dangerous position to be in that it's probably unlikely Casey wants to go there. I mean, he might go to the middle just to score his Oath of moment, but the swing back absolutely kills all of those Devastators, and I'm not sure that you really come back from that, especially because if you put a drop out in the middle, the sisters are going to touch it for the rest of the game. They can use their stratagem to fall back and charge every turn and just continuously pile into the drop pod and be immune to shooting. That would be a disaster, I think, if we saw that drop pod drop. So I think this is more of a defensive position here. Looks like we're not really. We're going to kill 1 Incursor with that shot. I think there's a Cherub shot. So that was a transhuman used here to save this unit. We'll end up killing 2 models of the Cherub. I mean, that's fine. Not that exciting, but again, Incursors or Infiltrators are not really the models that you want to be hitting, especially because that Helix Gauntlet is going to blank one of your Melter shots, and that feels bad. Oh no, my camera. My poor dice cam.
Hey, Pete. Hey, Pete. Bye-bye. Damage. I'm going to spend a CP on it, actually.
Okay.
On 2.
Yeah, Valorous Heart is probably the one other place. Any relatively tanky model feels decent in Valorous Heart. But you have to have the Imagifiers, right, in order to keep or stack the AP reduction.
4 -1.
And then they're models that like you're tanky, but I don't know like what you're really doing with that tankiness because their damage output without bonuses isn't hugely strong. Oh, we did actually end up killing most of that Incursor squad. I think that was Morvenval also chipping into that unit again.
No charges. Everyone else came in. Leadership over here.
Just need morale on that guy, and we're going to auto pass just so we don't lose the points on
I got 3 on
shock tactics. Shrine continues to tick up.
We got for leap and banners here.
Banners, I got 2 that turn. Leap, I got 0 because it's the battle round scores. Beginning of your turn, I get a miracle dice. 5.
Oh, God. These miracle dice rolls are sick. Those 5s and 6s are just going to continuously convert into into 3 points on Leap of Faith. 8 points for Iron Hands primary. No banners for them. If we had banners instead of the shock tactics right here, this game would look a lot different. Things are slipping away. So I guess the Seraphim must be in the back here because we didn't see them reserve on, right? I'm gonna go take a look here, chat. Just trying to identify all the balls.
7 repents.
So the drop pod is going for the middle, chat. It's a bold, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it plays out for them. Ooh, I don't know if I like that at all. Those drop pods are useful for both players, shall we say? Yeah, I don't believe Sisters have like really used any strategies right now. They're just gonna play very passively and force the Iron Hands to commit to them. So the drop pod's coming down. It is towing the middle of the middle objective to try to get Odes of Moment again. We also have the Devastators in the center as well. If we can get a kill on that Rhino's worth a bunch of points, like we talked about before. I almost wonder if you try to swing far enough to get a charge onto the Retributor squad. If you can knock the Retributor squad as well, and then use your piling and consolidate moves to try to contest the objective. On objective 5, that is a huge turn. That would be a huge swing. The problem that I foresee here is, like I talked about before.
I should be able to fit 4 in there.
Yeah, I don't know how you're not doing that now.
Yeah, just come on, middle in those, thank you.
Is that drop pod now becomes like a safe haven for the Sisters army. They can move in, they can charge the Devastators. There's also an Incursor running around over there for future turns. And they can just use that to try to dominate the middle objective, and then they just win on primary from there if the Iron Hands can't push forward hard enough. And there's not really any melee in this Iron Hands army, so there's nothing that extricates them outside of shooting. So if this drop pod gets tagged, it's just sort of GG. We do have the Redemptor Dreadnought, which is fine. But it's not a lot of attacks. And the Incursors are okay in melee, but if they're bouncing up into opposing power armor, they're going to have a lot of trouble. Especially because we're never going to go to Assault Doctrine with this Iron Hands army. I think this has the potential to backfire disastrously.
Be able to see those guys with 1 grab cannon here.
Yeah, the rhinos were 3
don't
because
think
you
we
get 1 for
can
Odes
get that
and 2 and 2 for Codex Warfare. I think that he might have to place the drop pod somewhere else, honestly. If he can make this charge, he has the potential to take the objective. Now, unfortunately, Celestine has a 6-inch intervention range, so you have to be able to make the charge and stay outside that. I think she's placed very intelligently right here to make that charge really difficult. But I don't know. I would almost prefer to see the drop pod dropped here, and they go for this charge. Outside of the intervention range, they use the pile in, consolidate. Maybe it's tough because her engagement range is tough. This is a really good defensive position from Alex. I think he's placed Celestine in a really smart position.
Because I turned.
Measuring our rotational movement, chat. That is the kind of play that I want to see at the top tables of GTs. Rotational movement is important. Rotational movement is still movement.
9 because I turned.
Now, because the game has been relatively light on stratagems, as long as you can keep your tanks and your high volume units pretty far away from line of sight blocking terrain. Now, the ruins in the center are going to make things a little bit tough for them, but as long as you can make charges difficult for Repentia or Zephyrim from out of line of sight tough, you can be threatening optimal repulsion doctrines to overwatch incoming Repentia units, and those Gladiator Reapers actually become kind of these immovable fortresses to anything but a multi-melta. It is a difficult position to be in because there is so much line of sight blocking around the middle. Solely woulda, shoulda won LVO? Maybe. Do Blood Angels win that Demon matchup? Not sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, we're recognizing that we have to play aggressively here. I hope it's not too late. I think that the strategic reserves maybe sort of forced Iron Hands to play too defensively. But they are scoring bottom round 5 primary. If Sisters play too passively here and don't counterattack, or if they counterattack and then just get swept off the table, which can certainly happen as well, we could see this flip around for Iron Hands. Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen this happen a turn earlier.
Sounds good.
It's actually there, right?
Not part of it.
So we're just advancing most of the army now that it doesn't have decent lines of sight into the Sisters deployment zone. This Battle Sanctum granting a big brick of obscuring terrain because it's a ruin in the back here is actually huge. This Battle Sanctum, I'm going to call it, this Battle Sanctum is the MVP of the Sisters army. It's generating Miracle Dice. Look at that stack of Miracle Dice on top of it. It's obscuring for more multi-melta to hide behind. This thing is an absolute Chad.
One wound on you, and I'll.
Yeah, this turn's going to be incredible. This turn's going to be super important, chat. For sure.
You doing a 4 or 3?
I even think this turn might be conservative from Iron Hands. I think they have to full send and force the Sisters into a game and kill a bunch of models. Basically, is what they need to have happen.
Okay, we're gonna start some shooting here, or rather, already continue shooting. Grab cannons into there.
The scantum, the skanktum, the battle skanktum.
Considering on 2.
So this multi-melta
Multi-melta here. Yep.
says out of multi-melta range. So you got 1 inch line of sight, 1 out of line of sight.
Yep. And then the hammer from the other guy can see it, right? And I think I got all 3 of them there.
I don't think you got this guy.
Oh,
I think you got
these true lines of sight, chat. What a mechanic. What a great mechanic.
Give me 2.
Well, so the multi-melta is going to stand where the sergeant is, so you get the multi-melta to shoot. And then
Commander Cha-Cha, sorry to hear that you're very tired.
from that you get it onto him.
Hope you won your TTS game.
Well, what I'm saying is you put this guy here and that's the guy you see because he's outside of 3. So you have to be wholly within 3.
That's only within 3 there. It's a 3-inch stick, buddy.
Yeah, but that's 3. That's 3. You can't.
You lost 30 to 100, Commander Cha-Cha?
Because you can get out. Yep, 1 multi-melta.
That is unfortunate. So it looks like a couple of the Devastators were out of line of sight because of the obscuring terrain. This positioning of the Rhino is really, really good on Alex. It's screening out most of the areas that true line of sight can be grabbed on the objective, and it's screening out most of the objective for physically placing. Oh my god, the multi-melta kills it though! That is Melta range for you. That's a big deal. So that is going to be Codex Warfare ticked up 2, Shock Tactics up 1. Or excuse me, not Shock Tactics. O's of Moment. There we go.
Everything in, yeah, the.
So we are going to be firing the other unit, the grab cannon unit, into the retributors. Oh yeah, it looks like we were seeing if we could get a placement on the or a shot on Celestine. Looks like she's the proxy base in the front of the terrain, just to stop her from knocking over.
That's 13D there.
A little confused by that. She is in the front, right? Wait, could we have charged on there and not eaten a heroic intervention? That might have been the way to go, actually. If Celestine is actually back in the edge there, I don't believe that her Gemini can trigger her heroic intervention. I think it's just her. That may have been old rules, chat. Let me double check. Oh, excuse me. The Gemini can trigger the heroic intervention. I think I'm thinking of old rules. So the Gemini will trigger an intervention if they get to that objective with a charge move. So they would have to pile in and consolidate. But I think that's still a much safer position if they were able to place close enough to the Retributor unit on the end to pile in and consolidate into that objective. Rhinos are our sister's best friends. I always think it's funny every time the Sisters players, or people are surprised that a Rhino is, oh no, my dice camera. A Rhino appears in a Sisters army.
Good. Them. 3. 2. 4 up.
6 up. I'll put it on a
Okay, all fixed. So it looks like we used the stratagem to fire on death again with the retributors. We did use that last turn.
Take a moment. Yep.
Nox Retributor is almost down, but doesn't quite kill them. So, again, not a second score on Codex Warfare. Unfortunate.
Yep. Can you fail leadership over there?
Now, I don't know if we declared a strategic scan in the middle with this land speeder. We could have scored it out with the speeder, since I don't believe the speeder actually made any attacks. And that will at least put Casey on the board so far. Not down too many points, although that shock tactic score is looking real sad. Going back to the sisters' turn, banner's ticking up. And we spent ourselves a 2 on leap, it looks like.
Not the squad that I did, right?
So you did the 8-man squad, which is the other.
Yep. So.
No, Chad, unfortunately, I can't do anything about the audio. I think it's just that the venue gets a lot of interference at this point, so it's kind of out of my control. The players are mic'd, but it's picking up some weird stuff. Oh, that's true, chat. Yeah, he did already do the scan in the middle, so he would have gotten the scan on his other home objective. So I think that's the reason to kill these incursors here. If this objective is scanned already and this objective is scanned, this is the only one out in the open. So dropping retributors there to try to kill that model would prevent that scan from going through. But because it survived, that's why it's worth so many. That's why it's worth the 2 CP. Auto pass in addition to O's Moment, obviously. But that is going to get Casey up to 9 on tertiary. It's going to be a little bit tough to deal with. I do think that this game basically comes down to primary versus tertiary. Alex should be getting 6 points, from his own tertiary. Plus, he should be getting 8 points a turn, generally speaking, unless Casey can really lay down the hammer blow this coming turn. I think I would have liked to have seen like just everything full send to the middle. You put gladiators up there. You put the Redemptor Dreadnought up there, and you force your opponent into a position where you can jump in on one of their objectives if they leave anything alive. If they give you any out, you can drop Alex down to a 4-point primary. Now that's still a perfectly reasonable game plan. It looks like we do have Repentia running up here. They're going to be running into the middle of the table, so we have an optimal repulsion doctrine active, or being represented for Casey. He has 2 CP to spend on that and drop an Overwatch, so he might be able to pick up most of, if not all of, this Repentia unit on the way in. They're a little bit resilient to the grab cannons on these models. But they still don't want to get hit by it. And if that terrain in the center is defensible, which I believe that it is, I think it's just a ruin that's lacking obscuring. They actually will hit on 3s. Is that right? Does those stack? That's not an interaction I actually know the answer to, but it's one that's probably going to be very important in this new meta. Yeah, I think Casey is basically going to be guaranteed a 12 on primary on the final turn. We're going to have to really flood the center here from on the final turn from Alex to prevent that 12. I think the real question here is whether Alex can kill enough to prevent himself from getting contested. All right. I'm going to answer my own question here in a sec, chat. Optical repulsion makes you hit on a 4 through 6. Hold. Unfortunately, hold steady only gives you a 5+ Overwatch, so there is no stack there. So the optimal repulsion is significantly better. Interestingly, only if you take actual Iron Hands, not lame successors. Jonas Lindbergh, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean all the games are available over on the VOD. The games yesterday were insane. I highly recommend going and watching all of them, by the way, everyone in chat. If you haven't gone and seen the games from yesterday, even though they were they were round 1, 2, and 3, sometimes you're gonna get some crapshoots. We kind of knocked it out of the park. We nailed it, and we got incredibly good games all day. So highly recommend going and checking those out. Our game earlier was pretty interesting. Absolute masterclass on how to play with Ynnari and deal with the menace that is Custodes. From Daniel Momuth here. He manages to remove everything in the middle piles into the drop pod, as he say, from shooting? Yes. Yeah, the drop pod can be engaged. There is one trick you can do to extricate it from melee. You can use Desperate Breakout on the drop pod, and it gives you a 1 in 6 chance to destroy your own drop pod. Unfortunately, because it doesn't make a fallback move, and the fallback move from Desperate Breakout is optional, you don't get to automatically destroy it, because if you make a fallback move while using Desperate Breakout and you can't move out of engagement range, then you're destroyed automatically. That doesn't count for the drop pod because it never actually moves. But Desperate Breakout automatically gives you a 1 in 6 chance of just killing yourself.
Good. Full pistol. Hits. Wounds. 2 up. No. Flamethrower. 5 hits. 4 -2. 4 ups. 2.
Damage.
1. Kills a dude.
Yeah, so I got no 6s on that entirely there.
Nope. You are correct, Keith.
Bellison getting some work done with her cool flamey sword. So it looks like we're committing Zephyrim
Into him.
and the Repentia,
1 hit.
but that's it. We can maybe soak the Overwatch with the Zephyrim. They're a higher model count than the Repentia. And I think, I guess the expected damage between Zephyrim and Repentia is pretty similar. But you probably would rather have Repentia make the distance. Could also eat the Overwatch on Celestine and just lose your Gemini Superior potentially. But also, if we're able to get the multi-meltas, because we now have these models in the Battle Sanctum that have committed, if those are able to clip out most of the Devastators, you don't really have to worry about Overwatch too much. Oops. Apologize, chat. Ever thought about running a TTS Teams event? I literally have done that multiple times. We just didn't hit. We didn't have one drop last season because they're a lot of work for the most part. We may do one this coming season though, after the Invitational. So starting to clip some damage into the land speeder. Oh, there it goes. Unfortunate. I don't know if we corrected our Osa moment score last turn, chat. We know we did. Casey certainly held the middle objective with the that Osa moment last turn.
Reroll some wounds. 6 wounds, no AP.
Underwear. 2 ups here.
Definitely get stuck in. Hey, we're going to have a lot of TTS get streamed on the channel, by the way, everybody. This coming week is going to be the T5SU Invitational, so we have a lot of competitive games starting to be streamed over there.
Multi-meltas. We'll do 4 to this. Need a 9 on the dice. We'll do 4 and 4. 4 to here. 3 hits. Rerolling ones. 2, -4. First one, 6 damage. Next one, 5 damage.
Did we just shoot the drop pod to death, chat? Exclamation, or you can check out my link tree, ATOG. All of my social media is on there. We just killed the we killed the drop pod, chat. Why? The drop pod is the best unit in the Sisters Army. I guess we're just going for the kill. I mean, I guess it would continue if you leave it alive. It continues to score Oza moment, but you're gonna get this. The Iron Hands they're gonna find a way to get Oza moment, I think, regardless. That dropout is incredibly useful. These Gladiator Reapers have such a ridiculous damage output against units of the Sisters profile that they're most likely just gonna burp gun down everything in the middle of the table this coming turn, I think. He killed the food ticket. Hey, talk. There's the Twitch follow. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm usually live on Twitch, by the way, folks, just about every weekday, either with games or just dicking around and playing Dark Tide and painting and stuff. So it's a good time over there if you're not following on Twitch. Well, I mean, I guess we're gonna maybe wrap the Relic Contemptor. That seems a little dangerous, though. I guess we could try to go for the kill on it. If we have a Miracle Charge from the Repentia. The Zephyrum charge into the Contemptor is a little bit scary. And if you declare a charge on the Contemptor, there is a non-zero chance it just aces you with shooting. Okay, so we're declaring charges onto the Devastators with Celestine's unit. So I think the game plan is mostly going to be to try to eat the Overwatch from them. The Overwatch isn't great because they're both down to 2 models. And then use the pile and consolidates to get into the Dreadnought. The Dreadnought will she'll get to shoot you in this coming turn. I don't know if you should be that worried about heroic interventions, to be fair. The Dreadnought will get to shoot you, but unless they can engage through the wall entirely, which does feel a little bit tough, but it could happen. So the Lieutenant is in the center there, giving objective secured to the Devastators, but I think we have OBSEC from the Dogmata onto the Zephyrum right now, so they will be taking that objective back regardless. Hey, there it is. Got the charge into the Lieutenant. Sorry, Lieutenant. Think you're about to get murdered. So nothing into the Redemptor Dreadnought at all. Very cognizant of that optimal repulsion doctrine, just vaporizing a unit on Overwatch, which can certainly happen, almost regardless of whether or not they're in terrain. The additional mortal wounds and exploding attacks from that Dreadnought are disgustingly powerful, even when you're just on Overwatch. I think Eldar are incredibly strong right now. I mean, we just watched Ynnari threatening to go all the way. I'll have to give a update on how that game's going in a little bit here. But Eldar, I mean, Hail of Doom Eldar and even Ulthway and some of the other Craft Worlds have been putting in incredible work. So, to nobody's surprise, the remainder of the Devastators go down. I have to imagine that this Lieutenant goes down too. This looks like, are we playing the Storm Shield Lieutenant? That guy's such a Chad. I don't know if he's enough of a Chad to tank an entire unit of Repentia, but, he's very cool.
I won't be able to get within.
All right, little Lieutenant. I believe in you, buddy. Gonna be eating tons of Repentia attacks. Oh my god. So, explodes 8 times. Unnecessary. Unnecessary damage put here. Maybe he'll make every invulnerable save. I'm pulling for Lieutenant Guy. Oh, that was bad, actually. Oh, that was terrible. Look at all of those failed movements. Oh my god. It's still 11 damage, and you have to make probably like 9 of them. But I believe. How many went through? That didn't look like that many. That's worth rolling the 6 up there. No, we're just pulled them. All right, fair enough. So now it's up to Celestine and the Gemini to get into that Relic Contemptor. Celestine is the tankiest model in the army against the Relic Contemptor because she has damage against it. Her Gemini Superior don't, however, so any converted attack from the Volkites will just kill them. That was that was a lot of 1s and 2s in that wound roll. Well, there's one more Devastator inside that ridiculous, huge thing. All right, so we are going to touch the Redemptor with the Zephyrum. It's a little dangerous. We'll probably get to kill those guys. But I think the benefit here is that the Redemptor's going to be engaged with multiple things, so you're going to make... If you don't want it to fall back, you're probably going to make it... actually killed 2 of them. Way to go, buddy. You're going to make it stick in combat, and then you get to swing on it. I don't know if Celestine one-shots the tank, or the Dreadnought, but she does a bunch of damage. So we do have battle joined now. Unfortunately, we lost our Rights of War aura. I do think that there is maybe a little bit of a plan here. We do have the Sacrosanct on the objective in the top. So there's a potential charge. I think it might be like a 10 or 11 inch charge here. If we get that with the Incursor, these models are not, I don't believe, objective secured, and the Dogmata is inside the ruin back here. So they're not in range to get objective secured in the command phase. So I think making a charge there will just cut that those points down from the Sororitas. Now, Celestine's going to be an absolute, a huge annoyance here, unfortunately. Since she comes back to life, even if she's killed in this situation, and I like this position from her because it's very difficult to get line of sight to her if her Gemini get killed, which they will have to if she takes any shots. So once shooting starts to go into her, her guards will die. She might be out of line of sight, and even if she's not, she'll get killed and then regenerate on a 2+. There's a universe where she fails to come back to life even if she goes down, and I think that is what we're hoping for Space Marines now. But now we do have the opportunity to get on the table with Shock Tactics, so that's good. And already we're up on Strategic Scan, and I don't believe that there's ever going to be an instance. There's no way that the Space Marines don't end up on the middle objective at the beginning here, or at the end here. So I believe that we're going to be preventing any more points from Strategic Scan. So realistically, the Sisters should max their Leap of Faith. They should get 10 on banners, maybe 11. Charitably, they'll get 11, but that seems a little unlikely. So that is 5 points and 3 more on Defend the Shrine. So they can get 5, 10, 13 more points on secondaries. That brings them up to 78 points. And if they get hold 2, again, they'll have 86. And I think that's basically where they're going to end up at the end of the game. Versus over here on the Space Marine side, if we get a 12, that brings them to 66. A Shock Tactics both this turn and next turn would be another 8. That would be 74. We're probably going to get a bunch on Codex Warfare this coming couple turns. So if we can get 3 and 3 on Oaths of Moment, that would be 80. We would have to get 4 units killed on Codex Warfare to tie the score. So I actually think this is actually still an incredibly tight game. And if by some miracle die, we can knock a primary score from the Sisters, I think it actually is Space Marines' game to lose somehow. These secondaries, it's just 2 armies with really insanely good secondaries fighting against each other. Yeah, Codex Warfare is not capped, chat. It's just every time you kill a unit, you get 2 points, basically. Now, Casey does have those locked objectives in the back. I think Casey might have forgotten that his objectives lock. That is a weird rule because it only works on his infiltrators. And that would allow him to move forward with the Redemptor and get another unit to charge into the middle. Well, I'm pretty excited here.
Sergeant.
The Retributors.
These guys into them. Four. One.
Everything in these boys here from the Redemptor.
Okay.
And not fourth, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, drop it in there, but I'll just double check.
Yeah.
Actually, might give you one extra.
So I think we're firing infiltrators into the Repentia. Getting those sweet marksman carbines in range there. So that already happened. This is the Relic Contemptor firing into the Zephyr. I'm trying to get rid of them. Please kill it. Please kill them. Oh no, it looked like they saved out a bunch. That is unfortunate. We're gonna miracle a save to try to keep it in melee. Yeah, if that Zephyr unit survives, I guess we do have a charge from the infiltrators into them. And the infiltrators could flip that objective since the Zephyr objective secured. Looks like we're gonna keep the pennant alive and one more onto the oh, there it is. All right, well, Relic Contemptor doing Relic Contemptor stuff. Just vaporize the whole unit. Okay, there we go. That's what we needed. So, ticks up the Codex Warfare. Good job, Mr. Contemptor.
Mind combat with Celestine here too?
No.
Yeah, Celestine could not get into range here. I guess there is the potential that we get a shot onto the one Retributor on Objective 5, but it looks a little bit unlikely. There are what looks like the Crusaders and a unit of Retributors on the in the Battle Sanctum. I don't know if those Crusaders are in line of sight. Unfortunately, the Battle Sanctum has this big closed door in the front. And actually, you can kind of see it right there. And it actually true line of sight blocks the models standing directly behind it. So, splitting fire between the bolt guns and the onslaught Gatling cannons, trying to clear out the Repentia squad that's in the Battle Sanctum, and kill the Retributor squad in the Battle Sanctum and the Repentia in the center. We spent 2 CP to shoot on death with the Retributors. We're gonna see if they fire back. We got 3 of them. Now they are a little. They do have to wound on 4s if they fire back into the Gladiator. I almost wonder if they would prefer to go into the Incursors, but I'm not sure that they have great line of sight. They might only have one or two. Looks like blink at the gladiator for a bunch of damage. Don't quite kill it though, and then the unit's dead. So that's another on Codex Warfare. We're getting on the scoreboard here, chat. We're getting there. This game is it's still live. So see if we can knock down the Repentia. Now, I wonder if there's a line between the second Gladiator and the Crusaders. I don't know if there is. If we could get the Onslaught Gatling Cannon shot into that Battle Sanctum and knock Sisters off of one of their objectives without taking it, that's actually going to be great for Casey. So we got 15 wounds through with the Onslaught Gatling into the Repentia. Should clip the unit. Man, these Reapers fire so many times. What an absolute chat of a unit these things are. For 150 points, you get 40 gunshots out of them. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. So the downside here is that we don't have anything on the objective. So we're actually not scoring O's or shock tactics right now. We need to get someone onto that objective right here. We may try to charge with a gladiator. I think that might be the game plan. Or even the dreadnought itself and just try to base her and get within 6. I guess we can't base and hit the objective.
Demo pain. 1.
So Thunderfire is picking away at the models in the back there. We were questioning whether it was doing anything. I guess it's slowly but surely killing Repentia over the course. This is bottom of 4, chat. Yep. It's looking like it's going to be a close thing. Space Marines need to score shock tactics this turn, which might be a little tough because they killed everything they could charge in the center objective, so they may not be able to take it. And unfortunately, they lost their Rights of War. This would be much easier if they had the Rights of War and the Relic and Tempter could just go get the objective, but their lieutenant got murdered by chainswords last turn. Without shock tactics, I'm not sure Space Marines can do it as long as the Sisters basically just do nothing and stay in their ruins. If they push out at all and give Space Marines a bunch of free points on Codex Warfare, then things get really easy for them. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Five, 10, 15.
Yeah, it's just that the we can charge Celestine's unit. It's just that the charge is going to be a little bit long. Obviously, like we could charge here. Celestine will probably just kill 5 incursors, and if you kill any of her Gemini Superior, then the charge gets harder. I think, and not to mention the fact that if we charge with the Redemptor's only 1 model. Celestine can beat it up for a bunch and then put 2 models on the objective and take it. So that doesn't even do it either. It's a really, really awkward position to be in. You have to get the incursors there, but you also have to like base Celestine with something. So I think we have to get charges with like all 3, like 1, 2, 3, and that prevents a lot of the combat movement from happening. And puts 2 models on the objective, and you can potentially make it so that even if she kills the incursors, you'll still have it 2-1. Yeah, we just gotta get in the tanks. But remember that this gladiator just ate 7 damage from the shoot on death from the retributors. who are so it's pretty tuned up. Celestine has a pretty good chance of killing it, especially since if she rolls a 6 to wound, she just converts it into mortal wounds. So it's an 8-inch charge from the infiltrators onto Celestine. This is so scary. Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen. This is for immediately a 6-point swing if they're able to survive this. Oh. Okay, so the first gladiator made it on a 9, needed a 9, nailed it. Plan charge with literally everything in my army years ago, I guess.
Next tank India. From these boys here. So 7.
Sure. That's a hole. Yeah. At 7 inches.
Yeah, I think we're just questioning how long the charge is. It's either a 7 or a 6. Looks like it's a 6-inch charge. We get is it a 10? Okay. So both gladiators on the objective. We have we got to do one more thing here. So I think what we do here is we charge the Redemptor or the Contemptor here so that Celestine can't pile in this way. She's within an inch of the wall. We're not doing it. No, we need to string that unit so they can't get to the objective. The tanks. Turns out, in addition to true line of sight being a weird thing this game, the hull measurement is also a weird thing because the tanks aren't on the ground. So it's basically an open question whether or not we can literally just take the Zephyrum and slide them like a half-inch underneath. Like maybe as long as their models fit.
Back.
I think they have a rules question about pulling the Dreadnought into melee. I think the intention here is that Alex is going to move Celestine towards the Contemptor, but not in melee with it. And or even if she does touch in melee with it, it's that she's then going to pile in towards the Gladiator that she's now closer to. And the game plan is going to be to try to kill this tank and then get everyone onto the objective to take it back. There is a character Relic Contemptor in Minotaurs, which is a Forge World successor. So you can basically take it in any sub-faction that you want because of kind of chicanerous stuff. But it's not as good as the Iron Hands one, obviously. It has a locked Warlord trait, and it only has a Plasma Cannon for an arm, I think, instead of the Relic Contemptor, which has 2 double Volkites and a Cyclone Missile Launcher. With Miracle Dice Chat, anything is possible. It is 2 Gemini superior on the wounded tank. I don't think they're gonna kill it, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. They have exploding 6s and Miracle Dice in the bank, so I mean, who knows? So there was character Dreadnoughts ended up being a real problem in 8th edition. And I think that they're an archetype that GW wants to move away from. The 2019 LVO had character dreadnoughts become so powerful that more chaplain dreadnoughts were played in the tournament than were ever made by Forge World. There were lists going around that ran like 12 character dreadnoughts and none of them could be shot. It was, or maybe not 12, it was like 9 or something. It was very degenerate. And I think Games Workshop just wants to do away with that style. So it looks like we've taken only a couple damage on the Gladiator, only a couple damage on the Contemptor so far. So far so good. Down to 1 on the Contemptor. Oh boy. Game gets a lot harder if that guy dies. Yeah, it was weird, chat. Watching, it was 3 units of scouts hiding behind a middle ruin, protecting dozens of character dreadnoughts. Oh my god, we killed a Gemini? Oh my god, that's huge. That's huge. So there is no way for Celestine to take that objective on the turn now. So Shock Tactics scores up for 4. And 3 points on Oath. Yeah, I don't believe they're questioning whether or not the Gemini give up points on Shock Tactic or on Ozumum, but they don't. You have to... And we're off to it. Casey jumping up in the lead a little bit here. This is going to be a nail-biter finish. Wasn't able to prevent the 2. So they're just clarifying scores right now, by the way, chat. So to defend the shrine should max. All we need to do is spend another big die for Leap of Faith. And the banners will lock. Yeah, there's basically no way that these banners get knocked down, so we can give Sisters their extra banner points for that. There even is a universe where we see the Zephyrim unit banner the center for an additional point. Although they may just try to go kill a bunch of stuff, because I think that's the game plan. So assuming that we score in this leap, this should be what the sister score looks like at the end, 85 points. Yeah, potentially 86. It depends on what Alex selects to do. Which means that if KC 12s, which is likely but not guaranteed, he'll be at 79. If he's able to get Shock Tactics, he'll be at 83. And he has to get at least 3 points between Oaths and Codex Warfare. If he doesn't get that 12, he would have to... He would be at 75, and he would have to get another 11 points on secondaries, which is theoretically possible. If he gets Shock Tactics, gets 3 on Oaths, and maxes Codex Warfare, then he could win. Oh my god. Yeah, the drop pod, the the shot on the drop pod was absolutely insane, for sure. Morven Ball is a character dreadnought? I mean, kind of. But you're not wrong, chat. To be fair, she's also like 270 points. So I think it's less bad. The problem is that Iron Hands have like a character dreadnought with total freedom to kit out however you want, and that gives you too much flexibility. Brayarth Ashmantle is also another character dreadnought who's very powerful. But no long range guns. Did I check on the War Machine? It's actually happening right next to the table we're at right now. The War Machine Masters, the top 8 are playing currently about 20 feet away from me. I haven't talked to them about how things are going, but it looks like everyone's having fun. So I think King's a character Dreadnought. Is he? He's like a character Land Raider. All right, so the Repentia Superior buff going down. We're going to get these Repentia right up in the middle. And the downside here for these Gladiators is that now that they're engaged by Celestine... Actually, is the Gladiator in the center not engaged? I think it's going to get killed by Retributors almost assuredly. So if the Gladiator in the middle gets shot, the second Gladiator is engaged, so it's not eligible to Overwatch. Oh my god, chat. This is gonna be this final run here is gonna be so stressful. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Such an interesting combination of secondaries and the tertiary. Like the decision of whether or not to strategic scan or leave yourself off the objective to deny secondary points is so immense. And I think it did matter. If that shock tactic score was higher, there's almost no way Iron Hands lose this. But Alex has done such a good job at denying that shock tactics, and he hasn't given Casey any way to easily get that back. Yeah, this is crazy close. Players in the tank right now thinking about the game plan. What an exciting finals game. This has been sick. Good games all weekend. It's been crazy. I think everyone's had just like good stories about their games and funny stuff that's happening and how close they've been. We've had multiple games come down to like 1 or 2 points. It's just been a real good weekend of 40k. Yeah, Iron Hand's real strong for sure. We could have played more aggressively in this game, and I think in order to try to get shock tactics and deny primary points, and Iron Hands are still in it to win it, even with the fact that I think we made maybe some optimal plays. That's okay though. I don't believe we're on chess clocks this game, chat. I don't think we're gonna go to time here. I can look at the round time, but I think these players still have about. Yeah, they still have an hour to play. I think we can play the last. Yeah, we can play out the last turn and a half here on 1 hour. Yeah. So what the players are considering right now is Alex literally just leaving every objective and running all of his models away. So basically, if he doesn't hold any objectives at the start of his turn, Casey doesn't have any way to score shock tactics. So he's gonna give up a bunch of points on Oath of Moment. He needs to try to prevent points from being scored on Codex Warfare, but without the shock tactics being scored, the game becomes so much harder to win for the Iron Hands. So they're just running through the scores here with each other to make sure they're on the same page. Yeah, so the banners lock in permanently. Alex could try to get another banner point, but it gives up shock tactics. And I think shock tactics is like the game-winning play for Casey here. So if Alex can blank him on that, then Casey only has 14 available. Taking or 9 more points available. I do think we may run into a situation where the Shrine's secondary effect, where if the Sisters player, if there are enemy models in range of it at the end of the game, the Sisters player loses points. That may come into play here. I also wonder if there's a universe where one of these models is close enough to scan a far objective. I don't think that there is, because this gladiator is bracketed, but I don't know how many wounds it's taken. If it's unengaged, and because it's Iron Hands, it doubles wounds for bracketing, so I think it actually is still on top profile. I think it could move 10 and scan this objective. Oh my god. As long as it doesn't get killed by retributors, to be fair, which may happen. But that would be a potential swing as well. Casey's looking at, although Casey may be maxing his primary. Let's see. He is at, he should be at 32, 36, 45 now. Actually, he's max primary anyway, so he doesn't have to do it. As long as he gets to 12 here, he doesn't have to do anything to max his primary. Yeah, so Casey would go up to 79. If we just score things out as they are, 79 with the primary. If he got max on Codex Warfare and Oaths, he would win. But that's super difficult. God. If Alex runs away, Casey scores 4 on Oath and 2 on Codex by killing Celestine. It's a draw. Yeah. This game state is ridiculous, chat. Yeah, I agree with that, chat. So, honestly, I think that Alex's best play here to win is to try to prevent the control on the middle objective. That's so difficult, though. Because these side objectives are locked. This is locked. And this is locked. If Alex kills the Redemptor and the 2 Gladiators and the Incursors, Casey has this model and the Redemptor Dreadnought here that can advance to the middle to try to take them. And I don't know. So he basically has two models to advance and a reroll to just try to get to the middle. But I guess if he does that and forces Casey to advance to the center, which gets him Oath, he removes all of the heavy weapon shots from the Iron Hands army, and the time to switch to another doctrine is past. So he actually would lose the ability to score Codex Warfare. So that could be disastrous. So I think, honestly, I think the plan here, I like Alex's plan of just going ham on or just jumping off the objectives. There's no real reason to stay on them right now outside of the Shrine objective. And then I think he just has to go ham and just kill basically the entire Iron Hands army right now. I think that's got to be the play. Yeah, so that's the shrine is one of the is the reason that Celestine or Morven Ball, excuse me, is chilling here. She's threatening a heroic intervention across the shrine objective. So it's going to be difficult for Casey to just toe onto it and take it. And then that's, I think, the reason why Alex just has to go absolutely ham here. If he kills everything in the middle of the table and prevents Casey from moving anything to that objective, then he should be good. But, I mean, proof is in the pudding. We're down all the Retributors. It's only melee now. And Casey has Repulsion Doctrines in the bank. I don't think he can kill the Redemptor, chat. He might be able to body block it. Okay, that's the movement. We're done moving. That's it. So it's just Morven Ball on that objective. And I think we're just going to touch everything with Zephyrim. So a bolt pistol shot went through on the Gladiator. Looks like dropped it to 4. I guess it did get repaired by the Tech Marine last turn. Oh, I think it took one from the... I think it took 7, saved a couple of them on the 6-up, and then took 1 or 2 from the Zephyrim. Yeah, so it was down to 5. Trying to shoot Morven into it. Bounces Morven's rocket shot. And we're off to charging. You can't declare that thing. Yeah, we're going to optimal. So the Zephyrim declared on the Gladiator. And we're spending the 2 to optimal repulse in Overwatch. That's a lot of damage. Oh, excuse me. This isn't on the Gladiator. This is on the Incursors, or the Infiltrators. So we're going for this charge. So I think the game plan is going to be to bounce onto this objective and try to prevent holding and or block the Redemptor from moving to the center to kill Celestine. So 2 died to the Marksman rifles. Or the Marksman bolt guns. They raw dogged the charge. Didn't even need any Miracle Dice. Who needs it, you know? Miracle Dice too valuable. We do need to bank that 6 for Leap of Faith to max it. So we have scored out Alex for Leap of Faith already, but he does need to hold on to that big dice for it. So here they come into the Infiltrators. Yeah, it looks like we're going to try to enact a body block on their Redemptor. Especially if Casey doesn't want to lose Oath of Moment points. He has to keep those Gladiators in melee with Celestine, or at least the one. Celestine, unfortunately, can't use Healing Tears while she's in melee, so she was unable to regenerate any models. Players have tons of CP, so we're dumping all the stratagems on the Zephyrim. So Gene Rot Might and additional damage on 6s. Let's see what they get. Let's go, Zephyrim. Let's go. So 3 2 damage swings go through. One model tanks a 2 damage swing, and then 5 6-ups. Make 2 of them with the Iron Hand save, so the infiltrators are alive. All right, yeah. So one guy survives on the damage ignore roll. Cool. So one model still alive. Keep the sergeant in the front. And the Zephyro now, unfortunately, do have to sort of glom onto the sergeant. Yeah, that Iron Hand's 6-up save is you you don't think about it, but the amount of awkward
No, this guy
situations
wasn't-
it creates is insane.
Your last guy was there.
So it's discussing the combat movement here. Yeah, unfortunately that model surviving. I think that Alex wanted to string the Zephyrim farther to get in front of the Redemptor, but that model surviving made it so they had to orbit in weird ways. Kills a model on the swing back. Way to go, Incursor. What a boss. We do have 2 CP to spend for auto passing, but the downside is that it is going to drop a point on Osid Moment if that guy falls back. So that could actually end up being detrimental to Casey. If he kills that unit in melee, he loses out on the Codex warfare points. So he's going to lose out on points either way, unless that guy, even if that guy runs away. So basically, he was able to dodge the body block, but either way, it's going to cost him points. So this is swings going into the Gladiators now. Or the Redemptor, excuse me. Knocks the Redemptor out with Celestine's attacks. And that is the end of the fight phase. Oh, we did auto pass already. You're right, chat. I don't know what that was. Yeah, we did auto pass already. We hard won the yeah. He rolled a hard one on the test there. So, easy peasy. That guy sticks around. I'm not sure where the other 2 Zephyrim died to. Oh, they died to Morale. They actually ran. Is that right? What? Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, Chad. I think that Alex maybe didn't remove one from Overwatch or something. Because he had 5, and then they swung, and then one of them disappeared, and then 2 more died. Or he had 6, or one of them got removed somewhere, and I wasn't sure where it was. But it was, yeah. They auto-passed the morale, lost 2 in Overwatch, lost 2 to the Sergeant swinging, and that was it. Out of an 8 model unit, so it was all good. Oh yeah, just swinging the gladiators. Get 'em. Okay. So falling back. All right. We're so the incursors. Sorry, sorry, I had to mute myself there, Chad. The players were asking a question real quick about where the Zephyrim were at the beginning there. So moving the yeah. So the gladiator's still on top bracket because he counts as double wounds for bracketing. He is moving to the shrine objective. So I think we're just gonna try to shoot Morbin Ball to death and hope for the best. We're using the grav pulse stratagem to fall back and shoot the to be able to shoot the gladiator after moving. So one of the gladiators is falling back. So we are going to miss out on the point for O's of Moment. Unfortunately, the middle objective hasn't been taken yet, so it depends on whether or not Morven and or the gladiators over here survive. Was it? Oh, we're getting interference on the microphones, chat. So I have the player mics muted currently. So because they're pretty scratchy right now. I can put them on for you guys, but sometimes they get choppy. If Celestine dies and comes back, does that count for Oath and Codex Warfare? That's a great question. They may check when she's destroyed, which is the same timing as her own ability. Unless they're endgame. Codex Warfare is endgame, and Oaths is during the battle round. So Oaths will score, but Codex Warfare does not if she regenerates. Oh, and Oaths is end of turn. Yeah, you're right. Or end of battle round. Yeah. That one's weird. The Oaths checks if you were destroyed, not whether you are destroyed. So I think Oaths does score you with a point if you kill Celestine. Yeah. Well, it's assassination. It's different than assassination because assassination checks models that are destroyed at the end. O's checks models that were destroyed that battle round, and she was destroyed, even if she then became undestroyed. So getting the Redemptor into the Zephyrim. We do have the Tech Marine in the center there. We'll see if this lady wants to survive. We did get, it looks like another miracle die now. It's not going to be enough to tread a miracle. So another hit on Codex Warfare for the Redemptor doing its thing. Oh, it's getting so close, chat. Oh my god. So Oaths of Moment is currently is going to be a 2, assuming that the model in the center isn't destroyed somehow. Looks like the Gemini Superior gets killed. And Celestine takes 2. I think we're down to the Gladiators. Casey not considering whether or not he actually wants to kill Celestine here, because if Celestine drops and stands back up, she can just heroic intervention into models. So our Mercy is weaknessing. Yeah, Mercy is weaknessing the Gladiator on Morvenball. So the Gladiator that fell back, firing with the stratagem. Let's go. Yeah, if Vol dies here, I think it's just over. But we'll see. So gets a couple in with the Tempest Bolters. Oh my god, and her saves are terrible. Well, not that terrible, actually. 3 wounds go through from the Bolter. Or from the Onslaught, excuse me. Bolter firing now. Ooh, if she dies here, that's really bad, actually. So weird. What a weird unit. If she dies to the random bolt guns, we get kind of derped out. Okay, so this won't. She's got 5 left currently, saving against the Tempest Bolter. All right, she just saves them all. It doesn't matter. Fair enough. Okay, here comes the big shot from the Onslaught Gatling. Thank God she didn't die to the little guns. We'll see if she gets vaporized by this big cannon here. I think they're just checking a stratagem. One of the big benefits of playing Iron Hands as well, it gives you a huge damage boost. It's functionally +1 to wound. From a single unit to a single unit. And it works both in melee and ranged attacks, so it's actually good in multiple different situations. She has enough to Moment of Grace. Yeah, so we have a reroll, a Moment of Grace, a Miracle die, which I don't think will save her, unless we use a 6, which I think we can. Although that might be the CP die. We have to save the 6 to score Leap of Faith, otherwise Alex loses. So yeah, he can Moment of Grace and he can CP reroll. And he could potentially just regenerate her, right? assuming that she's eligible to be regenerated. Divine Intervention, right, is the stratagem? "12 shots go through from the big pew pew gun. Yeah, it's any Adeptus Sororitas character, so she can try to regenerate on the objective. Oh, is it excluding names characters? Oh, it is. You're right, chat. God damn it. I'm sorry. I read the first sentence but not the second. That's the toughest part about 40k rules I found, is there's so many parentheses except. You have to keep all of the little clauses in mind. So we are CP rerolling one of our saves because she would go down so far. She does save it. So 7 saves are continuing to go through, and she has 3 wounds left. Oh, the red one does a miracle die. Okay. So we can miracle die. She has to make 4 out of 6. Or basically all of her saving throws here. Yeah, 4 out of 6, and then she did it. She made 4. She's down to 1. We do have another gladiator over here, though, to be fair. I think we'd love to shoot at those Crusaders and get rid of that control on that objective, but I think we'd rather see a kill on Morbin Ball than kill some Crusaders. So, so with those miracle dice, she tanks the shooting. Still alive. But now Casey's in the tank again. God, this turn, man. Absolutely wild. I believe that was that was one tank. It might have been both if I missed it, but I think that was just the gladiator on the left. Yeah, there are. Oh, there's Crusaders back here, so they ran away. They're not on the objective, so I guess they are safe. It doesn't really matter because they're behind the obscuring now. All right, so the Thunder Fire Cannon planks 3 shots into Morbin Ball, and she saves them all. So the danger here now is that Morbin Ball can just intervene into the gladiators.
Yep, so you're at 10. You have 4 shock tactics.
And assuming that she double swings, she will be able to kill them. So we're just charging into Celestine. I guess we did fire both gladiators. I must have missed the first one. I think the first one did 3 damage to her, and I thought it was a different shot. So I think that the gladiator is going to charge Morbid Ball. Yeah, so tried to charge with the fresh gladiator, but it fell back this turn. I don't believe that it was able to. Oh, the other gladiator fell back, did it? Huh. All right. The players just mentioned that it had fallen back earlier, but it did not look like it was engaged earlier. I don't know. I guess they had just that was the intention that was declared. I missed that. So yeah, Celestine only got shot by one gladiator, but the other one couldn't shoot. Celestine eats one of the hits from the Redemptor Dreadnought. Hits for 6, so that kills her and procs her respawn. Now Vol swings as the first non-charger. Into the Wounded Gladiator. All she has to do is kill this to make sure that she doesn't lose her defend the shrine points. And she has her fight on the bottom round fight active as well. I think that we have CP remaining to auto-explode this. Oh, no, we can't do that anymore. That's old. Just kidding. But if this thing exploded and killed Morvenval Ball with it, it would actually be disastrous. We just have to hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, so apparently both gladiators, they had declared that both gladiators fell back. I didn't think that this gladiator was engaged with the Gemini, but I think that maybe like it was an intent versus an intent thing. So no explosion on the gladiator. It doesn't go down. It doesn't go down. Celestine regenerates. We only get, because Morvenval survived, that cuts Casey on shock tactics and cuts him on the 2 points on Codex Warfare for killing someone with a heavy weapon. He scores his 12. The shrine has been defended, so it doesn't drop any points there. And we end the game 85-84. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. That was so fucking sick, chat. Yeah, it was literally just the dice manipulation on this I think was the play. If we were gonna fall back one turn, this was the turn to do it, because you just fall back with it. You have to fall back with everybody basically. And then getting both of the gladiators back here to try to take the shrine objective is a blowout, because there's so many situations. If Morvenval doesn't kill the gladiator, the score flips. If Morven dies, the score flips. And so there's 2 outs that you have against your opponent, but unfortunately Morvenval's really good at killing gladiators. If he had the chance to charge her, he could have locked her in against the healthy gladiator and then forced her to fight both, make both swings to try to kill it, which gets a little dicey, but unfortunately you can't charge if you fall back in that case. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, that was an absolutely sick game. That was incredible. This has been, like, unironically, chat, these have been some of the craziest games that I've casted this weekend. Every single game has been absolutely wild. We were asking that in the beginning. We're like, what? I wonder what the Thunderfire Cannon did, and the answer is
Yeah,
nothing, I guess.
for the first 2 turns, because you were just so mad that the Repentia like were still there.
I think the world that pissed me off the most was where you box card or triple box card, 3 save at the end of the Repentia. So, yeah, the players are just talking to me a little bit. Casey, when the Repentia were in this building, Alex rolled out a ton of really, really good saves against them, and they ended up surviving the assault cannon shooting from the land speeders, and then kind of tilted Casey a little bit. So he had actually just forgotten to shoot when we were asking about the Thunderfire Cannon. He had actually just forgotten to shoot the Thunderfire Cannon for 2 turns, which could have swung. I mean, in a 1-point game, can swing things dramatically because if you're knocking down this Repentia unit that was in this building, and the Thunderfire Cannon is not. I mean, it's an expensive unit. It suffers from the indirect fire penalty. You get the Thunderfire shells, which is good, or the Quake rounds, but the one unit it's extremely good at shooting is Sister's Repentia. It's almost a perfect profile to hit Sister's Repentia with. And if we had knocked down one of those units much smaller, then potentially they go in on a charge, they fail to kill whatever they hit, and then that might swing the turn. So that could do it. I mean, but oh my god, absolutely insane. Yeah. The kill on the drop pod was, I think, a big one, too. I mean, to be fair, Alex still ended up winning it and got miracle dice from shooting the drop pod. But killing the drop pod would have been real clutch. For sure. All right, chat. Oh, my God. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with me. For everybody who did. This is an absolute sick weekend of games over here at CaptainCon 2022. Oh, I put in that this is round 4. That's not even correct. Oh, what a caster I am. Terrible. I hope everyone enjoyed the games. You guys were great all weekend. Appreciate everyone who dropped the super chats and the support. Oh, what happened at the Ynnari game? Oh, it's still going, I think. Oh, no, it looks like it just wrapped up. Let me go get a score for you guys, chat, actually, unless it's in the BCP already. I will take a look. It doesn't look like the score has been... Oh, it does look like the score has been submitted. Daniel Wilmuth is undefeated. So that actually leaves us with, because Alex won this game with a draw, that actually leaves us with a single 5-0 player at the weekend. It is Dan Wilmuth. That looked like an absolutely crazy game. 51-84 for Tyler Russo. And that puts him at right around the top of the X and 1 bracket. Nick Rose, by the way, Darkwin, really strong competitive 40k player from back at the end of 8th edition, has chosen this as his debut event back in, and he went X and 1 as well. He only lost to Dan in round 2. They got paired against each other, playing Gene Stealer Cults, so he went 4-1. We have Leagues in Votan from Todd Plurd at 4-1. Tony Phillips with Custodes won his last game, so we watched him 2 games, and he only dropped that one against Ynnari. Paul Woodman as well, Dan's opponent from yesterday with round 3, only lost that game as well, so he is at 4-1 too. Looks like Joe Criscuolo, who was Alex's last round opponent in the semifinals, did drop his last game, so 3-0-1, unfortunately for him, with Necrons. Our Ben Williams, our champion, with Red Corsairs, all demon engines. Well, listen to this list, chat. Double Hellbrute, so it's double Lord Discordant and a Demon Prince. Double Hellbrute, double Venom Crawler, double Defiler, double Forge Fiend, double Mauler Fiend. That's the list. That's it. Print it. Send it. Done. Went 3-0-1. Won his last 3 games in a row. After a little bit of a rough day 1. Absolute chat of a man. What a guy. Yeah. Congrats to Daniel. We'll be seeing Daniel. We've seen Daniel a lot on the stream, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him back again. One of the best, certainly probably one of the best Eldari players in the world, I think. Did drop a game at LVO, unfortunately. Didn't quite make it to the top 8, but got real close. Oof. Good stuff. Wong Justin, thanks for coming hanging out. Gurgly, thanks for hanging out. Philip Kendall, appreciate you. Thanks for chilling. And I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up there, everybody. Big thanks to everyone for coming and hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Please tune in this coming week. If you are in the Discord or if you check out tts40k.com, I am going to be posting the schedule for invitational games. We have the first 8 games. Pairings will be posted shortly. It's going to play single elimination, so we have a bracket of 8. And then the winners of those are going to go into a round of, bracket of 8 pairs. So round of 16. Winners of those are going to go into a round of 8. All those games are going to be concluded in the next 2 weeks or so. And then towards the end of February, I think we currently have it scheduled on the 25th is going to be the finals and semifinals. So we're going to play 3 games of the weekend of hardcore TTS 40k. It's going to be some of the best games that you see on this channel and in the entire world, if I do say so myself. All of the invitational games have been absolutely sick. So please come, go check out tts40k.com or check out the stream schedule post in the Discord. Those are going to start probably Tuesday. The first one is scheduled Tuesday. I don't know if we'll have any tomorrow. But the lists will go live tomorrow, and I'm going to do a list breakdown on Tactical Tuesday as well. So if you like my coverage about stuff, I'm going to be doing a lot of it this coming month. Anyway, that's it for me talking about things. Big congratulations to Daniel Wilmuth for taking down CaptainCon 2023. And thanks, everyone, for watching. Congratulations to you for getting some sweet 40K. And I will talk to you later. Remember to keep it classy.